You don't love me like I love you, baby, baby. Not for no when no for no moon. Stand aside, bumble on. Why you dance so? Turn on dance so. Different challenging stand aside me, bumble on me. Why you dance so? Turn on dance so. Why you making me so crazy? When I'm pambanisa, slalom pazamisa, lalang entlizio yang. Tell me what I gotta do. Pila ponte kwa continue. The light is bright. Why you making me so crazy? When I'm pambanisa, slalom pazamisa, lalang entlizio yang. My time reads exactly 10 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope that all the delegates have come in and we are all seated and ready to start. I'm just going to wait for an indicator to proceed. I know that we're just waiting for some delegates that are going to be seated at the front to come from their meeting, and we will be ready to start. Let's just all pretend we are getting ready for takeoff. We're just waiting to hear if the pilot is ready to go on the runway. Please, can you just indulge me for the next 5 minutes as I wait for our go-ahead? One, two, one, two.
1, 2. Mic check. Mic check, 1, 2, all right. And that happened before I could say rather don't panic when this happens. So I'll get to the safety feature in a moment. Just still waiting for a thumbs up and we will start.
Tell me what I gotta do to be with you. Where I go, stand up. Can't see you got me for now. Oh no, only tangi lizo utanda.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that the CEO is just in a quick board meeting and they'll be done shortly. So once they come in, we'll be ready to start. Is that okay? Just give us 5 to 10 more minutes. Thank you.
I got this message for you, DT. I don't give my all. I got this message for you, DT. I don't give my all. 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 I don't give my all.
And my baby for my I do. That I only wanna live for you. And me no now I just as you. And I know that look good we just stay true. And good girl, I've been waiting for this moment, for you to look at me and just hold me. Remember back then when you used to call me Usunami and Gegusaba lonely. So together we're moving on, and forever we're standing strong. And don't ever forget the song that made me say I do. And together we're moving on, and forever we're standing strong. And don't ever forget a song that made me say I do.
Darling, say how much I love you. I got this message for you. I don't give my all. Darling, this is I got this message for you. I don't give my all. I don't give my all.
Hello.
I don't give my all. 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 I don't give my all.
From the bottom of my heart, thank you for the pain and the stress. Thank you, it made me who I am. Thank you, now I'm standing under ice, and baby I do. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for the pain and the stress. Thank you, it made me who I am. Thank you, now I'm standing under ice, and baby I do.
Darling, say how much I love you. I got this message for you. I don't give my all. Darling, this is I got this message for you. I don't give my all. 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 I don't give my all.
Welcome to my house, by the way. I want it to be as comfortable as possible and just, you know. You're already loving it. This song started with the bass. I had the bass line in my head. It's my most favorite thing part of the song. You approve, I'm so happy.
Been to many places, have seen so many faces, but I've never seen someone like you. Baby, please level with me. Tell me if it's possible for me and you to be together. And I'll take any kind of love, and I'll take anything you give me. Anything I promise we'll do. Any kind of love, and I'll take anything you give me. And any kind of love at all. I'll say now, I'll say, 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 say now, I'll say, say now, I'll say, 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 say now, I'll say.
It's simple. When the next chorus comes, you're gonna sing with me.
Ooh, for this kind of thrill, I would do anything just to have you near me. Yeah, whoa, 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 oh, baby, for this kind of loving. Baby, I'll do anything. Oh, any kind of loving, I'll take anything you give me. Anything I promise we'll do. Any kind of loving, I'll take anything you give me, baby. Yeah. Oh, so say now, baby. Tell me, baby. Say now, tell me, is it possible for me and you to be together? Say now, say now, say.
Ready to sing?
Say,
Bring it down for me a little bit.
say now, say.
That's what you say.
Say now, say now, say.
And the extra one.
Say now, say.
One more time.
Say now, say now, say now, say yeah, whoa, say now, say
And daughter. He's here. Oh.
Any kind of love and I'll take anything you give me. I'll say that I'll say. Any kind of love and I'll take anything you give me. I'll say that I'll say. Any kind of love, I'll take anything you give me. Any kind of love you've given to me, baby. I know I sound so desperate, but I don't care right now. I'll take anything. Any kind of love, and I'll take anything at all. We all know there's times like that where we'll take anything they give us. It don't matter. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah. Angifuni ukuzwa ngabantu ngabe iqiniso yini ngabe iqiniso yini angifuni ukuzwa ngabantu
Maybe just notify everyone about the team from the portfolio committee members.
Yes.
Still had a meeting.
Baby, I did you wrong. Njengoba ngikubuza nje.
Mic check. A beautiful good morning to all the delegates. I hope that each and every one of you are well. Just please do pardon us. We had a bit of a delay as the CEO and the board members were in a quick meeting, but I've been told that we are ready to start. So if we could please just settle and we can start with the program. A quick introduction, let me tell you a bit about who I am. I am the program director for today, and what an honor it is. Thank you so much to Agrément SA. I'm Ayanda Ngobo, and I am a business development manager at Fundi. We used to be known a couple of years ago as Edulone, and I was introduced to Agrément SA in one of the purpose-built construction seminars, and it really is great what they are doing in the construction and the built environment. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am your MC for today. I was told that I was brought on board to come and just manifest some feminine energies in this, what we know as a male-dominated industry, which is fitting, CEO, because I do sit as well in the Women's Forum at SIBIP, which is the South African Institute of Black Property Practitioners. So yeah, I look forward to being your program director for today, and thank you so much. The reason we are here today, Agrément South Africa Stakeholder Engagement Forum aims to formalize and strengthen partnerships between the government and the private sector with the construction space. This intervention intends, ladies and gentlemen, to promote Agrément SA certified innovative, non-standardized construction products, which may play a critical role in addressing some of the challenges in construction, for example, housing backlogs through use of innovative building technology systems. Are you at the right place? Just check with your neighbor. Are you at the right place? All right. And a big greeting to the CEO, the board of directors, every stakeholder, all the delegates that are here today. We are alive and we are ready to really engage today. Without wasting any time, I know that we are running slightly behind. We have a corporate video that we are going to watch before I introduce Dr. Ngobo. So can we please have the corporate video, and I'll introduce who she is in a moment.
Green is the color of life. Green is the color of innovative energy. Green is the color of balance, safety, and abundance. Green is Agrément, South Africa. Technology and engineering have made life easier for all of us. Yet, we know very little about the
Let's try again.
Green is the color of life. Green is the color of innovative energy. Green is the color of balance, safety, and abundance. Green is Agrément, South Africa. Green is the color of life. Green is the color of innovative energy. Green is the color of balance, safety, and abundance. Green is Agrément, South Africa. Technology and engineering have made life easier for all of us. Yet, we know very little about the people behind the scenes that ensure that we are safe when using modern, new, and innovative construction products and building systems. For over half a century, Agrément South Africa has been at the forefront in supporting the development and manufacturing of fit-for-purpose innovative construction products and building systems across South Africa and the rest of the world. All the innovations that have come through our doors have been tried and tested for your peace of mind, allowing products and building systems to work when they are needed. Through our unique certification and technical assessment process, we enable innovators to gain a competitive edge to compete with leading global products. As a founding member of the World Federation of Technical Assessments organization, Agrément South Africa's testing facilities ensure that innovators meet or exceed the fit-for-purpose production standards through compliance monitoring and vigorous testing of products and building systems. Agrément South Africa is not only about technical assessments and certification of innovative construction products and building systems, but undertakes eco-labeling of materials and products and green building assessments for public sector building on behalf of government. Where there are no applicable standard specifications or codes of practice from the South African Bureau of Standards, Agrément South Africa provides independent, authoritative technical assurance for innovative products and building systems. Through this simple act, Agrément South Africa has empowered the construction industry to innovate, develop, and advance. At Agrément South Africa, we believe in looking after our people and inspiring innovative solutions through embracing a dynamic and multicultural working environment. Being an organization with integrity, a proven track record, and emphasis on world-class quality innovations, we at Agrément South Africa welcome innovators to partner with us to get customized, approved, fit-for-purpose certification solutions for their products and building systems in a quest for making this world a better place. Agrément South Africa, innovative construction products and building systems assessments.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, there was just a slight glitch, and we will play the video again later on. We know that we are going through a crisis, and there's load shedding, etc. Hopefully, the Minister of the Electricity that was recently appointed will give us favorable results. We may proceed, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this time to introduce Dr. Ngobo Mapoloba, and I'll just give a brief bio as who she is. Dr. Ntebo is a civil engineer technologist with more than 20 years of working experience gained from industry and academia. After spending a few years in the industry, she joined academia and has since worked in various academic institutions in South Africa. She holds a Bachelor of Engineering Technology in Transportation Engineering, an MBA, a PhD in Civil Engineering. She is currently the head of Department of Civil Engineering Technology at University of Johannesburg. She is actively involved in curriculum development for the university and the Department of Education. As part of her continued professional development, she continuously undertakes project management and other civil engineering related projects. She currently serves as a board member, technical committee member, and a chairperson of the Human Resource Committee for Agrément SA. She also serves as a member of the Construction Industry Development Board's National Stakeholder Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please give Dr. Ncebo a huge round of applause as she comes forward. Another round of applause, please, until she makes it to the stage. Dr. Ncebo.
Good morning, everybody. I understand that we've got our Deputy Minister joining us online. Honorable Deputy Minister, Noxolo Kivitz, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Ms. Ndobongwana, and Portfolio Committee members, the Acting Director General of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Chairperson of boards and board members that are here today, the CEOs of public entities and industry, executive members from the public entities and industry, Agrément South Africa staff, certificate holders, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first stakeholder engagement of Agrément South Africa. Unfortunately, we have had to hold off this engagement for a while, partly due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and this is a long overdue event. And we are also planning to host this event annually moving forward, as we believe that this engagement is critical to the work that we do as Agrément South Africa. Most of you are familiar with the work that Agrément South Africa do, but for those of you who are new in this industry, I'll just give a little bit of background as to what we do. Agrément South Africa was founded in 1969, and it has been since 1969, it has been a business unit within the CSIR. And it has been reporting to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. It was not until 2015 when this entity was legislated. Agrément South Africa is mandated to provide assurance to specifiers and users of the construction, of fitness for purposes for construction materials and products. And we are looking at innovation. So in a nutshell, Agrément South Africa conducts assessments. We do research and development of the products that we assess as well. And we also do annual quality inspections for these products that have been assessed. So where do we fit in this space? You all know that the construction industry has got many challenges, not just the construction industry, but the country as a whole. We have got issues of substandard materials, and these products are allowed to enter the country and be used by vulnerable and unsuspecting citizens. So if you don't know any better, you accept whatever you get. And this can also be a result of surging construction costs and other related socio-economic challenges that we are experiencing. The construction industry is also responsible for more than 40% of the waste that ends in landfills. And this is problematic for the industry and for South Africa as a whole. So with innovation, there is an opportunity to convert some of this waste into products that can be used that can be reused. And another challenge that is experienced in the construction industry is the issue of maintenance of infrastructure. Oftentimes, it is difficult to balance the need to provide new infrastructure while you are maintaining existing one, because we've got we have to keep providing for the increase in the population. There are also issues of climate change. We know that we are experiencing heavier and irregular rainfall patterns, and these affect infrastructure such as roads and drainage systems, as these systems were not initially designed for such weather magnitudes. So these are some of the challenges that the construction industry experiences. The challenges are numerous. ASA Agrément South Africa is well positioned to take advantage and support some of these challenges. They call for a need to find alternative and innovative construction methods, systems, and materials. By promoting the use of innovative and non-standard construction products and systems, we will be responding to one of the priorities of the National Development Plan 2030, which is that of infrastructure development, job creation, etc. So by trying to see how we can best look at these products and develop them, job creation will be improved. We'll have more youth tapping into these markets, and we can train them to be to contribute to the society. Later, we are going to be recognizing with appreciation our certificate holders who have contributed to the vision of Agrément South Africa. We will also present them with Agrément South Africa certificates. Agrément South Africa has experienced significant growth and achievements over the past few years. Obviously, notwithstanding this growth, we do acknowledge that there are various challenges that are experienced within our process of certification, and we are putting measures in place to address these challenges. It is also for this reason that we want to continuously engage with you, our stakeholders, so that we can try and find ways to improve on our service so that we can provide the industry with the required service. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules and engage with us today. I would also like to extend our thanks to the Agrément South Africa staff for putting together this event. We look forward to future engagements with you. As I said, this is the first of many engagements that we are planning to host as Agrément South Africa. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ngobo, Mapoloba Mashiamatla. I can say that because I'm also Ngobo. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate it. The following gentleman really needs no introduction, but ladies and gentlemen, please do indulge me as I introduce to you the CEO of Agrément SA, Mr. Richard Somanje. Mr. Richard Somanje holds a BCom Honours in Economics from the University of Fort Hare and a BCom Honours in Accounting from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Mr. Somanje complements his qualifications with Senior Leaders Development Certificate from Wits Business School. In his career path, Mr. Richard served articles for 3 years as a trainee accountant, 4 years in internal auditing, and more than 20 years in financial accounting, of which 19 of those years as CFO, and more than 2 years as managing director in a private company. His noticeable achievements include the establishment of public and private entities from greenfields. I'm sure that is a very small bio for what he is doing and what he continues to do. Can we put a big round of applause for our CEO, Mr. Richard Somanje, as he comes forward?
Good morning, everyone. Perhaps I must start by saying, as I drove here, actually, I decided to write. When you write, you get to know what's happening around the area and far afield. This gentleman just told me or reminded me of what Dr. Mtsepe said when he actually started at Sundowns. No offense to chiefs and pirates, but the very important thing, what he said, remember when Mutsipi took over from Sundowns, he had a vision, and his vision was to conquer Africa. And some of us were wondering, how is he going to conquer Africa while there are big guns there? And before we knew it, today, Sundowns is at the summit of Africa. And that's the vision that he had. In other words, his Sundowns is at the top of Kilimanjaro in Africa. It's number one team from South Africa in Africa. That's the vision that we must always aspire to have. Something that we can hold dear into our heart. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to greet you, the Honorable Deputy Minister, Nokolo Kivitz, through online, with us online, the chairpersons of Portfolio Committee, Ms. Ntobongwane, and the committee members, the Acting Director General, the chairpersons of the boards and the board members, the CEO of the public entities, the executive members of the departments and sister organizations, certificate holders, which is our key stakeholders this time, esteemed guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to stand here today to welcome everyone, including those who join us online. For the first time in its history, Agrément South Africa welcomes everyone to its stakeholder engagement forum, where the certificate holders, policymakers, commercial banks, users of innovative products and systems are under one roof. It is our intention, and we would like to confirm that this event will be held annually to continue to promote and support the innovative certifications of innovative product and system. This platform will enable certificate holders to display their products, and we therefore encourage end users to share their experience in using ASA-certified products and systems. Agrément South Africa was established in 1969. Since then, the government of South Africa had a vision in terms of how it wants to regulate the innovations. And that culminated by the enabling of the Act, Agrément South Africa Act of 2015, number 11 of 2015. And the Agrément started its business in 1st April 2017. That is the vision that we're talking about. The establishment of Agrément was to facilitate the introduction, the applications, and the utilizations of sound innovations and technology developments in the construction industry. Agrément's vision is to be the leading regulator of non-standardized construction-related products and systems in South Africa, and we continue to do that. The mission of this entity is to enhance South Africa's position as an impartial an internationally acknowledged South African Center of Excellence. And by this, we are the only entity that is under World Federations of Technical Assessment Organization in the world. Of 22 organizations, we are the only one representing the continent. And in that, we encourage the introduction of innovative technology and to support other African countries in this journey. And we therefore provide assurance to specifiers and users of fitness for purpose for non-standardized construction-related products and systems. We support and promote the process of integrated socio-economic developments in the Republic as it relates to construction industry. We support and promote the introduction and use of certified non-standardized construction-related products and systems in the local and in the international market. We support the policymakers to minimize the risk of using non-standardized construction-related products and systems. ASA, during the year, has achieved certain milestones which we want to share with you. The introduction of market usage analysis. ASA has conducted a performance in use assessment in various provinces in the country. The objective of the performance in use is to assess the socio-economic impact of the Agrément certified products and systems by establishing the acceptability to the users, the health and safety of the products, institutional requirements, the cost, and most importantly, the sustainability of these innovative products and systems. The introduction of small, medium, and macro enterprises training in response to the President's call to pursue an infrastructure-led economic reconstruction and recovery investments in infrastructure that will stimulate the various sectors of the economy as per the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. The organization has managed to train 4 different groups of SMMEs in 3 provinces, which is Gauteng, Limpopo, and Free State. As part of ERRP, the organization has directed 30% of its procurement spend towards the designated groups, which is women, youth, and people with disability. ASA has recognized, in part, to ensure that the sustainability of SMEs and therefore strive to provide that all payments are made within the 30 days. The introduction and the signing of the agreements with specifier that aimed at collaborating with different stakeholders to include ASA in their bid specification committees to ensure that ASA certifications criteria are specified in the project where the constructions of innovative technologies are utilized. ASA has engaged stakeholders in the built environment to initiate and sign the agreements to govern the collaborations. Today, ASA will be signing the Memorandum of Understanding with the National Home Builders Registration Council and the MOU with the Infrastructure South Africa will be signed shortly. The organization has a pending MOUs that are still under review with the Housing Development Agency and the Department of Human Settlement in KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the Free State provinces. The following activities are in the pipelines, and you may look forward to hear them as we implement them. The implementation of ECO-ASA scheme, which was officially launched on the 30th of September 2022. ASA will initiate and invite certifications of products requiring eco-labelings from effective 1st April 2023. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, the largest property owner in South Africa, seeks to lead by the example by introducing the government-endorsed eco-labeling scheme facilitated by Agrément South Africa. The government is taking the lead in setting the examples. It will be improving the environmental impact of its building by using ECO-ASA certified products and material, and is encouraging other sectors to follow suit. ASA will undertake the assessments for construction products and material that requires an eco-label. Eco-ASA is an eco-label for building materials and products that verify that the product meets specific criteria relating to the environmental performance of the products. The construction materials and products that will be rated regarding their environmental impact. A product displaying the Eco-ASA label will be identified as environmental friendly, thus contribute towards the reducing the effects of climate change. The following labels will be issued in the ensuing years: the adhesive and sealant, building insulation, carpets, cleaning products, flooring, ceramics, and or not limited to long steel products. In conclusion, Program Chair, the initiative to review the current ASA Act will address some of the following challenges that we're facing. The competition of government projects between Agrément certified holders and non-certified innovators. The difficulties in promoting the use of certified innovative technology. The difficulties in regulating the use of innovative technology countrywide. And lastly, but not least, the difficulties in keeping the register of innovative technology, as many products are not certified. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, I'd like to thank you for all your attendance and continuous contribution and support towards these other organizations, and I thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mrs. Somanda, if I knew your clan names, I would be doing right by you right now. I've been done an injustice. Thank you so much, sir. We acknowledge the work, the strides, the smart collaborations, and the progress that Agrément SA is making. And for that, I think it's fitting for us just to give him one last round of applause. It's a lot of work being done, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I'm Zulu, so we hardly address a male figure by his name, so I'll just stick to what I'm doing and address you properly. The minute I have your clan names, I will come back and do right. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce Mr. Songenzo Boy, who is the CEO of NHBRC. A little bit about Mr. Songenzo, just give me 1 second. Mr. Songenzo Boy is a multi-skilled and naturally driven chartered accountant. He holds a Bachelor of Commerce Honors in Accounting, a National Diploma in Accounting, Auditing Specialist Diploma, and a certificate in Program for Management Development. He served as CFO of the NHBRC prior to being appointed the CEO. May we please give Mr. Boy a huge round of applause as he comes forward.
CEO, I take it that you are a Sundowns fan, having listened to what you said earlier. Let me start by acknowledging the Honorable Deputy Minister, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, the members of the Portfolio Committee, the CEO of Agrément, the Chair of Agrément, and the board members of other entities who are present here today, the CEOs, and the other colleagues. Good morning. It is quite an honor and a privilege, and we're quite excited as the NHBRC to be part of this engagement today. Even though we fall under two different ministries, but I think the collaboration is quite important as we will be working towards ensuring that there is delivery, especially from where we are as the NHBRC, focusing on delivery of housing within South Africa. CEO, we do have quite a long-standing relationship with Agrément, and then one is excited and one is hopeful that after today's engagement and when we've signed the MOU, our engagement will be formalized in terms of what is expected of both entities in terms of collaborations. So our relationship is quite long-standing with Agrément in the sense that they are a standing member to our industry advisory committee as the NHBRC. So this is the committee that we host every quarter, where we have industry experts who meet with us just to share experiences and learnings, and also share ideas in terms of the role that the NHBRC can play and other stakeholders, and how can we all collaborate as we try and see advancement within the sector, with an emphasis as well as an engagement on the role of IPTs. I think looking at the people around the room, I think most people who are here are quite familiar with the work that we do with the NHBRC. Part of what we are also expected to do is to educate the South African citizens on issues of IBT. So we do have a database of approved systems, as well as a database of developers that one can engage who have been accredited by Agrément. And I've been informed that there are newly accredited system developers present with us here today. I would want to take this opportunity to congratulate them and also emphasize the need for them to register with the NHBRC as developers, and also to enroll their developments before construction. That is quite important. And I think we also all need to embrace innovation. So part of what we do as an NHBRC, we do have our own innovation hub at Eric Molobi in Soshanguve, where we display systems that were accredited by Agrément, and we do testing from time to time. I think we are also encouraged with what we are seeing here today, with stakeholders being engaged. I think we will also take a learning out of here today, wherein we will also look at having a stakeholder engagement at our own innovation hub, so that then we can then be able to engage stakeholders and also showcase the IBT systems that we have at Eric Molobi. Distinguished guests, as I've indicated, that we do have quite a long-standing relationship with Agrément, and also with the development and accreditation of IBTs. But there is a need for us to sort of beef up in terms of the education, educating the citizen of South Africa in as far as IBTs are concerned. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, we are quite excited to be part of this engagement today, and one is hopeful that through the signing of this MOU, the relationship of the two entities, the NHBRC and Agrément, will be strengthened as we are looking at collaborating, at collaborations going forward. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I've just been told that the clan names for boy is Umzizi. All right, I'm doing a good job this morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is a corporate video that we're about to watch before I introduce our next speaker from APSA. May we please play the corporate video? Thank you. Certificate holders.
Every year, 4,000 people die in Europe. 70,000 are hospitalized due to serious injuries caused by fire, resulting in financial losses of 126 billion euros. Today, authorities are more conscious of the human, social and economic impact of fires. That is why construction materials don't just have to comply with regulations, but also have to become increasingly safer. We must evaluate their impact when burned. Is it toxic? Does it fuel the fire? How much smoke does it emit? And how opaque is this smoke? At ABN, we are committed to safety. That's why we have developed the ABN Install CT Phaser RD Fire System, a product for fire hose installations with low risk and medium risk, sprinkler installations with light risk and ordinary risk. ABN Install CT Phaser RD Fire can be used in hotels, hospitals, shopping centres, office and residential buildings, administrative and educational centres, penitentiary centres, garages and parking lots. The main advantages of our solution over other systems are a more economic and efficient system, corrosion resistance, light, without metal joints or welded joints, faster hole drilling and bypasses, versatile, lower environmental impact. This product range includes 20 to 160 millimeter pipes and accessories to be used in any type of firefighting installation. Joints between elements are made via various welded techniques like socket, electrofusion, end cap, or our new fast and safe ABN welding elec pipe technique. With all of this, we obtain maximum security in the joints. ABN Install CT Phaser RD Fire complies with AENO's specific rule 1.78, DIN 8077 and DIN 8078, and ISO 15874. It has been tested according to UNEEN 13823 and UNEEN 11925. The system has been validated by the new RIPCI and the American NFPA 13 standard. The ABN Install CT Phaser RD Fire System has been submitted to testing under real exposure to fire, according to AENO's specific rule 1.84. In a single room, they test two types of pipe systems, a T-type and an L-type. With the sprinkler system is in the geometric center of the testing room, while the flame is far from it and vertically below the pipe system. The maximum pressure according to regulation is 12 bar, and our system has been tested at 20.3 bar, which implies a 1.7 safety coefficient. Below this joint, we place a tray with 10 litres of heptane and 3 litres of water. The heptane is lit and allowed to burn. Throughout the entire process, the flame reaches 3 meters high, touching the pipe. The room's temperature reaches 120 degrees centigrade without damaging the installation. The sprinkler starts to work with the rise in temperature in the room, at which point it must operate at 47 litres per minute. Once the heptane has been consumed, the discharge speed increases to 100 litres per minute for 10 minutes. At the end of the test, a water tightness test is performed on the pipe to check for leaks. ABN Install CT Phaser RD Fire is found in the most important hotel chains, shopping centres and emblematic buildings, along with the new Deutsche Bank headquarters in Madrid. We have also been successfully presented in the IPICI Congress and international fairs SICUR and Mostra Convegno. This pipe can save lives.
Thank you very much. I must say, Honorable Deputy Minister Nokolo, please do find me. I did not acknowledge you nor our online guests, so please do find me. Send me an invoice and I will settle my fee. Sorry about that. You are welcome, ma'am, and all the online delegates joining us online. I want to then introduce our next guest, which is a delegate from APSA, Keketo Demane, who is the Enterprise Development Consultant at Barclays Africa Group Limited. May we please give Demane a huge round of applause as they come forward. Maybe another round of applause until they reach the podium. That will help. Ladies and gentlemen, the light is very blinding from my side. I cannot see anything, but do we have a delegate standing up and coming forward? Geketso from APSA. All right. Not a problem. If she or he comes later on, we can always swap around. Can we introduce then a delegate from Fire Lab, who is Mr. Kobus Stradom. Now, a little bit about Mr. Kobus Stradom. Fire Lab's company owner, Kobus Stradom, a construction manager by profession, is also an honorary member of the South African Emergency Services and serves on various technical committees at the SABS. Stradom joined the CSIR in 1977 and began his career in fire safety design of building systems and the interpretation of the National Building Regulations. He specialized in the fire safety design of high-rise buildings and hospitals and the research of development, R&D of new products. He was also responsible for industrial fire safety, including the mining sector and industrial explosion technology. In 2002, Stradom took advantage of the privatization opportunity arising from the restructuring of the CSIR, which has led to the establishment of Fire Lab and continues to support industry in all fire safety matters. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please give Mr. Kobus Stradom a huge round of applause as he comes forward.
Thank you. All protocols observed. Honorary guests, Deputy Minister, CEOs, and everybody, delegates here, and the people present, ladies and gentlemen. For me, it's an honor to be here. Let me just see what is on the board there. Thank you for having the opportunity. I came a long way with Agrément, and I think there was a reasonable presentation about the whereabouts and where I'm coming from. What I would like to do is just share in the few minutes that has been allocated here something with you. Firstly, the history of the lab has been dealt with, where I'm coming from, and what we endeavor to do still is to support industry. Our logo is innovation through confirmation, which fit into the Agrément also horizon. And what I would like to share with you is just shortly the information that's on there, consultation and participation, and then we'll go to fire testing, and then in conclusion. Expertise. The expertise that's currently in the laboratory is more than 60 years, and we've got a very no tie with some of the associate ex-colleagues, and also a good standing with associated laboratories to assist us in the testing of materials and also chemical analysis when necessary to do so. It's a difficulty that I can't see what's going on at the back here, but my apology. Our markets that we serve is basically construction industry, where we've got a long standing with, and I was very lucky to be also involved in the regulatory process for many years, and also the way it come. And one of the main things that is always causing a problem is that people try and apply the regulations to the T and what is standing there. The best is to establish what is the need for that, or what was the intent of the regulation to do that. And that's why we support private sector and the public sector, in interpretation of that. We're also dealing a lot with local government and take hands there because we're all fighting safety. We're very closely associated with the mining industry and also, dedicated to insurance industry to guide wherever necessary. If we look at the services, one of the things that we're doing is specialist fire safety consultation for the development of products, and I think there's many of our customers and certificate holders here would probably recognize my face because most of the systems, especially in the construction industry, had to come past the fire testing. And that's a very important aspect because one of the aims of Agrément is fit for purpose. And that is one thing that we need to understand, that it's intended and it's tested to suit a specific requirement. And it cannot always be applied or being extrapolated for other purposes, maybe in the same construction industry. And that is one thing that you must be very cautious about, is to look what is the application and what is the intended use. We also get involved. Oh, that's much better. Yes, yeah, thanks. Yeah, no, it's all right. So, yeah, not a problem. Because I hide the slide, people can't see. Yeah, 100%. So it's very important that we understand, if you want to do something or develop something, that you've got a good understanding of the code and to be able to be code compliant. Now, one of the features of Agrément is that because it's fit for purpose, it's not necessary that all the products need to be code compliant because it's assessed for the intended use. And that allows a little bit more freedom, provided it is still fit for purpose. We also serve in specialist matters with regard to fires and also the conceptualization of international reports. It's very difficult if you receive international reports. It doesn't address always all the needs and requirements in terms of regulation, but all tests are similar and it's conducted under certain similar conditions. So sometimes it needs some extrapolation for that. Consultation and participation, mainly construction related, although we serve the mining as well. We've got a major involvement as an independent service provider to Agrément, which we're very honored to have that opportunity, because then at least in advance we discuss with a potential product being developed to meet all the requirements, the intended requirements, once it's introduced. We serve on SABS committees, that has been mentioned already. We've closely associated with the fire service and fire safety industry. We play a major role in the mining industry as being, I think, currently the only facility that meet the fire requirements in terms of mining applications, and then also to the insurance industry. Material testing, that's, hope we can spend a little bit of time here. You've got to know the difference between small-scale testing, because there's normally 4 categories. Material testing, small-scale, and then system testing. You can have an excellent material, but it all depends how you put it together to give you a performance. A good material can be failed by the incorrect application. But you can have maybe a perceived inferior material, but if you put it correctly in a system, it can give you satisfactory results. And that is why it's very important to know the difference between small-scale testing and medium and large-scale testing. Very important in any application. It's important to know what the intended use for that product is. Because firstly, then you can determine what the compliance requirements should be. The application of that product. As I mentioned earlier, you can have a product which is suitable for an intended use, but it may be unsuitable for another use. So you've got to look at the requirements again. And then overall, that unless you know the performance of the system, you cannot determine whether a material is suitable to be used as part of that system. Then fire risk assessment. Fire risk assessment can only be based on, once you know the properties of a specific material and you also know what the performance of the product or the system is, then only you'll be able to do a risk assessment. Unfortunately, regulations cannot be tailor-made to look at property loss. Regulation is intended to look at the life safety of people, and therefore you've got to make certain considerations. But one aspect which is very often not understood clearly, and very often come forward with engineering design and said that all occupants will be out of a building in 2.5 minutes, just to quote a number. But they also have to look at the regulation T11E, which states there that you must provide safe access for fire department and adequate firefighting equipment. So the fire department is very important role is to do rescue operations and get people out of the building. Because if you look at the behavior of people in emergencies, there's a very large number of people that cannot move unless being guided properly. And you also get up to 14% people which go in a total freeze and cannot move and need to be removed in the case of an emergency. So therefore, it's very important that the fire department access is also important. And the test method, very often people come and they want to test a product according to a test, like a cafeteria system. That test report may not assist you. You must know what the intended use of the product or the system is to select an appropriate test. All the materials that we test at the laboratory is tested in accordance with, firstly, national standards. And when there is no appropriate standard available, we also look at the international standards. But very often, if you take the intended use in consideration, there may be not a suitable standard for that. In that case, we have to do mock-ups based on recognized test methods where we do an actual installation. And I'll show some pictures of that later. And that is, during a mock-up, that product or system must demonstrate fit for purpose or suitable for the intended use. Small-scale testing, there's a couple of tests where the presentation will be available if somebody needs the content. But firstly, combustibility, that's very important to determine that, because a lot of regulations make distinguish this in between combustible and non-combustible product in the application. So there is tests to determine basic fire properties, which is necessary for risk, surface fire indexes, whether a product smolder or non-smolder. That's very important, especially if you look at thermal insulation. It's important to know, also look at smoke development, because you've got to safeguard the area against that. Toxicity, which is not a building requirement, but in some instances, it became more and more apparent what toxicity and the role of toxicity is. But before we can apply that onto the building context, we must first look at the contents, which is unregulated. And then heat contribution, which is very important, because that will give you an idea of sustaining heat within a test or an actual fire installation. And then we also do the 20-year inspections with regard to sprinkler installations, responsivity, and also inspection of piping. Some small-scale testing pictures here. There we've got a demonstration of combustibility, how it's being done, in terms whether it's done in terms of the ISO 112 or whatever, or whether it's SABS 0177 Part 5. That is an example there. There we look at the small-scale test, which is applied on upholstery material. It also applied to mattresses and everything that's been used in prison environments and hospital environments. Then if we look at medium-scale testing, firstly, basic fire property performance. There is a look at flame spread there. We look at flame spread. We look at reaction to fire. And then we also R&D development, especially for product development per se. And then endurance for special applications, endurance testing. And then also we go into cases where we do simulation, especially for post-mortem exercises or simulation of incidents that occurred. There is a medium-scale testing on a combustible roof, for instance. A little bit of a visual there. That is a thatch roof, but it also applied to other roofing systems. We've got a method there where we looked at everything also on waterproofing on non-combustible substrate or roofs, which is combustible in total. Roof insulation materials and systems, that is mid-scale testing. The first one is a bad performer in a medium-scale test. You can see what it looked like. And then secondly, you've got one which performed better, but the smoke evolution is quite substantial. And the other one is where we looked at insulation of ducting material, where you've got an internal fire in a duct when it was tested. Large-scale testing, that is the large-scale, just a picture of the large-scale furnace, which has been inspired by 16 air-induced burners to follow the ISO standard time temperature curve, and that is to determine the actual performance of fire in terms of regulatory requirements, whether it's got a 30, 60, or 120-minute fire resistance. There also materials is very difficult because you cannot use material in isolation. So although you've got the properties, but you've got it together in a system, and the system needs to be tested, consisting of various components and what the endurance is. And then the test is done for code requirements, compliance requirements. Another large-scale test, that was a wall system, which is put together. Normally on any walling system, the assembly can create all sorts of problems. There is a problem in the jointing of the systems, although the material was a very good material, but it failed on the jointing system. And that can only be determined for a fit for purpose if you do a full-scale test. That is something which is near on the horizon. It looks like we're just looking at the furnace, but that is a very specialized glass glazing system being installed in a system and being tested, and that test stood up for the duration of 60 minutes. But it must be remembered, although special glass can contain a fire, it cannot fulfill all the functions of structural stability, integrity, and insulation. Any glass product offers no insulation, so it cannot be used in emergency escape routes, so there's certain limitations. But it can be used successfully for lots of other applications. There's an example of doors being tested, fire doors. Fire door gets tested as an assembly. The problem is today that you can buy doors from companies off the shelf from the various hardware companies, which has not been certified and tested as a system, because it's very important where you want to use that door. An exit door, for instance, the last exit out of the building's got no fire resistant requirements. But entering an emergency route or an escape route, there are certain requirements, and it's going to meet that requirements, both from an inspection point of view and also the hardware associated with it. There is an example of a structural test, large scale, which was done on the horizontal furnace, determining the fire-resistant properties of a concrete system or a composite system. And then looking larger, that is on the fire performance side, which is very relevant nowadays. We've got high-rise buildings in the Middle East, and the associated fires is all in the minds of people. At some stage in the Middle East, they had up to five fire incidents in high-rise fires per annum. Like one of the largest buildings in Dubai already had, last year its third fire in the building since the existence of that. So we've got to take care of that, and especially if we use combustible materials from a green point of view, we need to look at the exterior materials which is used there. The first picture I'm showing there, that's an external insulated building system which was tested successfully. And then on the other side, you've got material which is not suitable for use as an external skin. This is looking at commercial insulation. On the left-hand side, you've got an example of a not suitable material tested large scale. And then on the right-hand side, you've got a material which was tested suitable for application. So mock-up fire testing, that is full and medium scale, representative of the actual installation, and in the absence of a specific standard. There you determine the actual performance. system performance testing, and regulatory compliance. There's also, on the left-hand side, that was a mock-up. That was a full-scale mock-up of a building system which was applied to a building, and it was tested, and it failed on other issues other than unsuitable materials. And then you've got a mining test, for instance, where alternate support methods is being used, and a test in the simulated mine facility at our site. This is just a few pictures. This is a picture of the United Nations shelters, which is applied to people which is under distress or in case of disasters. People want to introduce that, to use that in informal settlements, and we had to look at it because there was no other way of doing that but to assess the associated dangers with that with regard to safety distances. But that is just a typical mock-up where we do a full-scale test. There is looking at extinguishment systems, which everybody around the corner, you find it off the shelf selling you, this is suitable to use, for a fire in your car, for instance, or a fire in the kitchen or the house. So we look at an appropriate system, putting it out. Sometimes it enhances the fire involvement in that. And I normally say that the best fire extinguisher, which is not a deadline or an end date on it, is always travel with a 2-liter bottle of soda water in your car. It's not going to contaminate your car, and you can apply it wherever, and it's handy, and you know it's available at all times. Unfortunately, we don't have questions time here, but you will. But you'll have some time. I'll be here. Unfortunately, I've got another function later tonight, which I need to attend to. But I will be around, so if there's any questions, you're more than welcome to do so. And thank you once again to Agrément for having the opportunity to share some of the information here. We've got a long understanding with the CSIR, and I still believe that the laboratory which we have should be a state asset with all the information that's contained in there. So feel free at any time to dwell into the information available. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Mr. Stradham. Mr. Stradham, if you need anyone to just go check what's happening in Dubai, give me a call. I'll make sure. I'll make sure everything is running smoothly there.
I'll tell you which safe building to use.
All right, thank you so much. Can we give Mr. Stradham last hand of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. Moving right along, we are going to introduce a delegate from Human Settlement, Dr. Jennifer Merimbe. And when Dr. Merimbe is done, then we will have the delegate from APSA. Just a little bit about Dr. Merimbe. Dr. Merimbe heads the education portfolio of the Urban Design Institute Gauteng region, the Deputy Treasurer of the Gauteng Institute of Architects, serves on the board of the Council for Geoscience South Africa. She is the Focus Manager of Innovation and Transformative Technologies at the National Department of Human Settlement. She holds a doctorate of Town and Regional Planning from the University of Pretoria in the impact of technology, specifically ITC, on people, space, and planning. She graduated with an award for the best thesis in Masters in City Planning and Urban Design from the University of Cape Town. She has international training on the impact of technology in human settlement in Germany. With over 12 years working experience in both the private sector and government, she has worked with leading urban design firms, the Western Cape Provincial Government at middle management level, and later joined the National Department of Human Settlement in 2008 as a senior management. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please put a huge round of applause for this trailblazer, Dr. Merimbe.
Thank you so much, Program Director. It was supposed to be only about my clan name. Now, when you're single, you don't have a clan name. Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen. Pardon? All right. says I'm tall. Thank you so much. Okay. Honorable Deputy Minister, joining us online, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Director General, all Director Generals, CEOs, leaders in the industry. I observe all your protocols online and in person, and I observe all the protocols as required. The purpose of my presentation is to represent the Department of Human Settlements, but mainly to discuss or present why Agrément SA is important to you and to all of us. So our journey is a long one. Our journey in innovation technologies is long for the human settlement sector. And I hope that by the end of these few slides, we'll appreciate why it's actually important for everyone in the industry involved in innovation to actually do the test and get the certificate from the Agrément SA. You see, as early as 2003, as the human settlement sector, we had already started having different conferences, debates, roundtables on how we can see that innovation is actually a catalyst for improving the human settlement space. But what's also important to note is that because we were doing that, Agrément was working beside us to test in every way to ensure that everyone in the market is actually tested and tried to operate in the market in the interest of the South African citizen. So you'll see by the time we get to 2011, we already have different DABAs, and then we're putting together an innovation guideline, which was approved through our NHBRC. Our CEO is here, so you can ask him for the guideline. CEO. So by 2017, we already had that passed. And then we launched a roadmap by 2018-19 and 2020 with the Department of Innovation. And with the Department of Innovation, we therefore pave a way for the next 10 years with the CSIR on how we as a human settlement sector are going to walk the innovation journey to ensure that every product that's within the housing sector is tried, tested, and affordable to the South African citizen. We as a sector acknowledge a few things. The first one is that innovation is quite tricky in the sense there are positive elements and the negative elements to it. The first one is that we could say that we could quite understand how innovation can shape the future. I'll explain. For instance, innovation changes the way we view human settlements, right from the way we look at software use to material use. And then you'll see that now, those of us following us online, you'll see that over the last 3 weeks, we also launched our 3D printing technology. It means technology has moved forward in our built environment sector. Therefore, we are now building faster. We are capable of building faster, but with innovation as a catalyst for us to build very fast. But then the trick is the testing, and that's where Agrément SA comes in. Because with our 3D, for instance, through University of Johannesburg, we argued that we can now build within a day. Now, if we can build it within a day, it means Agrément should have tested as well at the same speed. It means all of you then in the innovation sector should be able to be available to test at that speed as well. It means the onus is also on you to ensure that your material can pass the test, right? So why did we come up with a framework? Easy to standardize the human settlement sector. So our journey in innovation therefore argued that if we have an innovation framework, as well as an innovation building guideline with the NHBRC, then we can partner with us fellow government departments, with the private sector like yourselves, professional bodies, and also be strong in terms of research. Why? Because we care about South African citizens. We are able to demonstrate that with innovation and our technologies tested by Agrément SA, we can show that every poor South African and every person benefiting from state housing can actually benefit from the impact of innovation within the built environment. So in that way, you see that innovation therefore becomes systematic, transparent, and accountable. And we also have a systematic approach to how we serve the country. We have two methods, but I'll go straight to just showing you how we have different programs in the human settlement sector, from our informal settlements upgrading, community residential units, policy development, housing finance, and so on. But what's important is that show how then we created 6 levers for innovation and how that filters through our programs. So we have the innovation building technologies where our implementing agent NHBRC is mainly our go-to area. Then we have the BIM, that is mainly software-driven, artificial intelligence, that's where 3D and more of that is coming out, big data, and then research and development. So if you look at the other layer that we've also created in our framework, where we are arguing that we cannot do this alone, we need to do this with private sector and different partnerships, but through co-investment, through security of tenure, public partnerships, spatial targeting, and governance and better accountability. But where are we heading as a sector? We are saying that is the only way we can then begin to do the 4 things that the human settlement sector is trusted to do, which is accelerated delivery of housing opportunities, to improve the basic services, mobilization of public land, and improvement of the property markets. When we do that, then we have improved the quality of household life with innovation at the center. Right? Right? Just checking that I'm not talking to myself. Right, so our CEO NHBRC has already indicated that they are implementing edge in terms of innovation. So through the NHBRC, we have also 4 major pillars. We have training, we have walling systems, and that's where Agrément SA is quite strong in testing the walling systems, different types. And many of your companies as well go through the system and you comply to that. And then we see how we intersect the technologies. And then we have our 4 pillars, the guidelines, the dynamic database, the analyzer. Some of you companies have come to the Human Settlements Department and asked, how can we be involved? What should we do? Well, through our NHBRC, we have a database. Once you're on that database, your product is accessible, and then, you can easily work with us. 3D printing, I've discussed that. I just want to conclude on 3 slides. What does today mean for us as a human settlement sector, as government, and as Agrément SA? What that means is that we are partnering. I've indicated the different foundations from the human settlement sector through which innovation is a catalyst, right? So with the departments, here comes in Agrément SA. That's where they come in. From our building blocks, all our products tested, your products that obviously serve government are tested with Agrément SA, and then we filter through the different departments and partnerships. So you find that if any of you have tenders with the public works or all the other departments, you'll see that Agrément SA is actually there as a filter for your product. And then when we look at private sector, we see the banks, the businesses, the individuals, NGOs, CBOs, and so on, professional institutions, and that's where we're arguing about co-investment. Again, you see Agrément SA comes in very strongly as the glue that pulls us together through testing the different materials, and then we have better partnerships. Lastly, again, we see that when we look at just the institutional layout, again, Agrément SA comes in very strongly, because if you see that now that we've tested, we've passed the test, many of you are certified already, or will be getting your certificates today, then as a human settlement sector, together we are then better placed towards our spatial transformation, special development frameworks. We've gone into the whole I-design. That's where we're using technology really to connect, to communicate, to get feedback, to better our research and to better the housing market. And then in the long term, we have then transformed the South African built environment sector. Thank you.
A huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Doc. We really appreciate it. Moving on, I said that we'll call back the ABSA delegate. I just want to make sure that I've got the name and surname correct. Give me 1 second. May I please call forward Geketso Demane from ABSA? Can we please give her a huge round of applause? Until she gets to the podium, ladies and gentlemen, come on. After Geketso, then, sorry if I pronounce, Geketso. I'm pronouncing it correctly, thank you. After that, we will then move to the Q&A, but I'll facilitate that. Thank you.
Hi, is it still morning? Good morning, everybody. Morning. Okay. As I've been introduced, my name is Geketso Demane. I'm from Enterprise and Supply Development. However, I'm in the enterprise development space. So, unfortunately, I can't project. I think they're having technical issues. So, I think maybe just to give a bit of a background. So with enterprise development, obviously we are in a space where we assist entrepreneurs like yourselves who are in the startup phase or who are already operational. So how we do that is through non-financial support as well as financial support. So the non-financial support element of things would be where we train our entrepreneurs that we engage with. So you'd find that if you are still at a startup phase, there is support over and above technical support. There would be soft skills that an entrepreneur would require to obviously start if they are at a starting point. So now those are, so we would obviously look at if it's mentoring that you require in the business, that is the support that we would offer. If it's coaching, there are coaches that we can link our entrepreneurs to. There's also accelerator programs that ABSA would introduce both to startup as well as operational entrepreneurs. So now today, I think what is more important would be on the financial side. We've realized that some of the entrepreneurs that we interact with, they would normally approach the bank to ask for finance. So now, when you ask for finance from the bank, usually you would go the normal banking way, where you speak to a branch you speak to a bank at a branch. However, there are other alternative solutions that are available for entrepreneurs like yourselves, where you would still go through a banker, but the solutions are solely for entrepreneurs that don't have collateral that they can cede to the bank. So now, such entrepreneurs, remember I said through normal banking channel, they normally would look at your balance sheet to determine how is it that you can be assisted. But through the alternative lending solutions, we would then look at your projected cash flow in terms of determining if we are able to be in a space where we can assist. So now, those are the entrepreneurs that we're looking for. So if you perhaps have a contract that you have received from whether it's public or private sector, you can approach where we would obviously assess your contract. And you know, it's usually easy, the process where we have maybe signed an MOU with a company that has awarded you a contract, because then we are able to utilize that MOU to be able to assist you through the solutions that we have. So also in an event where there's offtake agreements, we find that the process of actually requiring finance becomes simplified. So in addressing challenges, finance challenges, it's really where we solution through the fund solution that I have mentioned. Now, over and above that, I've spoken about non-financial support. That's also obviously a way where we will take an entrepreneur through in just supporting them as well. So the support is continuous. You'd find that once we have financed, we also, hold your hand. We need to ensure that we are with you through the journey of offering finance. So now, I think perhaps in the space where you guys are, I'm assuming that the challenge would be more of where you've received a contract and your issues would be around how is it that the bank would, finance the contract that I have. So I am encouraging everybody here to actually approach if you've got a contract and through whether it's a private company or a public one, please come through so that we can actually assess it to see how is it that we can solution you there. So I'm not going to go into the requirements of what you need to bring through. I think there's a big assumption sometimes that, the requirements are more or less the same when you would come through and require support to be financed. So I think that's where I would end. I hope I haven't missed stuff that I can't see from my presentation, but I do encourage that, please connect with me. I am going to be here so that we can then see how is it that you can be assisted. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kuketso. Don't worry, we have an entire 2 hours set out for networking, etc. So everyone will come and ask their questions, etc. But right now, I am going to call the CEO plus a number of delegates that have already spoken to then open the floor for Q&A. And assisted by the CEO will be Khanyisa Komani. If you can please just come forward and we'll open the floor for Q&A. At exactly 12 o'clock, right up to 2 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, we'll then leave for lunch, networking. There are exhibitors outside that you can also connect to and talk to, and you can also get to then connect with all the delegates on a one-on-one basis if you have any questions. So may all the delegates just come forward. We'll open up the floor to Q&A. Ramona is going to help me with the roaming mic. Please feel free to ask your questions. This time is for you. And then after that, we'll then proceed, go to lunch and do further networking and look at what the exhibitors have in store for us today. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please give all the delegates a round of applause? And as you prep your questions, I am the program director that will fine you if there are no questions. So please prep your questions and get ready to ask. I just cannot see if the roaming mic is ready. Oh, yes. So Ramona has a roving mic. Please just pick up your hand, rather, and ask the questions, and the delegates in front will be able to assist you accordingly. And if anyone has questions, you can step up and answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Richard, I'm glad to know that you're a Brazilian supporter. We've come a long way from Zain Musa, Ernest Chipola, Natasha Chiklas, and it's Pregasan, by the way. I've got two practical considerations that I need to bring to Agrément's attention. I don't know how many people in this audience are from the municipalities, but we have a great challenge when it comes to municipalities being educated about what Agrément does and how it does it. That's the one. Two, Agrément had a wonderful session last year where you guys spoke about the eco-labeling. Fantastic initiative. Hearing things like that makes me so proud to be a member of this august body. The fact that we haven't heard from that last conference is an important factor. ESG and impact investing is a critical factor in the private sector right now. And people want to know, what are the green building codes? How does it get passed? Where can we use it? That sort of thing. And the sooner I think we get started on that, the better. The third thing I want to bring to Agrément's attention, and specifically to the human settlements environment, and I'm saying this not specifically to Agrément, is the fact that South Africa is spectacular at scoring own goals, and I'm not just talking about Bafana Bafana. We have the first gold standard CDM in the world in Kuyasa. That is for residential housing. That was in 2006. And we're the country in the world that built the most amount of social housing. Not taking advantage of that, especially since we are members of COP13, biggest signatories to it at that stage in Africa. Carbon credit bill is in action right now, and CDMs are everything but the buzzword. I really think we should be putting a little bit more attention into that. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your questions. Regarding number one, in engaging municipalities, as an organization, thank you. We have also identified that gap because there are bylaws that the municipality should be catering for as far as innovative technologies are concerned. One of the initiatives that we are doing to close that gap, as an organization, we're conducting performance in use assessments. And in those assessments, we are engaging certificate holders, the end users, those are the people that are receiving the innovative technologies. If it's an IBT, that will be your houses. And then in the process, we also interview financial institutions and also local municipalities. It's a bit of a challenge to secure appointments with our local government. And it's a frustration that we share, but it's a gap we're trying to close as an organization. We've also extended a few invites to municipalities for this engagement. We're just not sure if they're in attendance. We didn't see them when we were finalizing the attendance yesterday. But it's a gap we're trying to close because we know in the value chain, they also impact a big deal on the process. Can I please be reminded by this of the second question? Okay. Oh, so in terms of the eco-labeling, maybe to provide a bit of background, it's one of the programs that we are coordinating on behalf of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure as an organization. We are coordinating 2 of these programs under the Green Building Policy, one being the eco-labeling, the second one being the Green Building Rating Tool. To speak a bit about the specifications or standards or requirements that you've indicated, we are developing specifications. The ones that we are finalizing in the current financial year are 6, and there are already 5 published ones that are available on our website. And we also went out to source a service provider to draft the 2. That will be your rammed earth and furniture. In terms of the process of compiling those specifications, we also solicit expert advice. We've been circulating a call for experts to assist in drafting those specifications, and then they get subjected to our internal governance structures in terms of approval. And as indicated, it's one of the programs for the Department of Public Works. The final approval is solicited from the DPII. And then in terms of the Green Building Rating Tool, maybe just to also give a bit of a background, we are busy conducting a feasibility study to establish whether it's a feasible initiative that we can take as an organization in partnership with the department, obviously. So far, we are trying to conclude the feasibility study. Maybe to also just go back to the question regarding the municipalities in connection with the green building rating tool. We also conducted some stakeholder engagement, and we tried to extend the invite to the city of Tshwane because they are busy in that space with the C40 cities. I think most of you are aware of that, so they are quite busy. But we are making efforts to connect with different stakeholders in order to improve some of these services. Thank you. Maybe I'll ask my colleagues to just add.
Thank you. My name is Kamesh Swanda. I'm from the International Labour Organization, seconded to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure's Expanded Public Works Program. My question builds on an earlier presentation we saw that they are now can 3D print houses in one day, and therefore Agrément needs to move also at the same pace. And my specific question relates to my conversation with someone in charge of infrastructure. We're discussing bridges that were damaged by the cyclone. And I asked them, if you have a bridge that was built 50 years ago and it gets damaged, do you restore it to what it was 50 years ago, or do you repair it to be better? And they said to me, we restore it to what it was 50 years ago. And I said, why? They said, because of the standards. We can't use new materials that are not certified. So my question to you is, how are you playing in the space of building back better so that we don't put infrastructure for the next 100 years that is not fit for purpose? Thank you.
So I hope I answer you without being too contentious, but looking at, in fact, I think it was mentioned earlier, Agrément's certification is based on performance-based assessments. So what that means is that we don't prescribe a specific standard to which, a product or a system that comes our way should conform to. However, what we do is we rather assess it for what a client says that it should do. So just, to give a stupid example, if I say that my house can fly, then ultimately it's Agrément's duty to ensure that it does so. And that is then tested in accordance with performance-based specifications, or rather criteria. So what we do is that we continually obviously need to update the criteria such that it's in line with the applicable standards at a set point in time. And so ultimately, the point of innovation is that it's ultimately always changing. It's forever changing. So you cannot keep, your standards always the same, or as you've said, that, they just said, they would build it according to something that is, let's say, out of lack of a better word, outdated. So yeah, again, we assess various, products, so that is within roads, within buildings, smaller products such as, your sanitation systems and so forth. And all of those have to conform to specific criteria. And that criteria is continually updated. We've got a cycle in which, they need to be updated. So it's a 3-year cycle that we do. And that also then falls in line with the validity of our certificates. So all Agrément approved products and systems are valid only for a 3-year period. And within that 3-year period, we will then assess, what has changed in industry, what has changed such that, you keep in line with what is currently trending and what has, happened. There's various issues, as Dr. Ngobo mentioned, climate change and all these various factors that were never considered before. So upon the 3-year cycle, we would then make the necessary amendments to a certificate if it is outdated with respect to standards or any other factor that affects the performance of that particular system. So in a nutshell, I hope that has, answered you.
Hello, my name is Sheikh Ko. I represent EnviroCrete. We have been developing EnviroCrete for a couple of years now, and when we started out, the first question in any meeting was, are your Agrément approved? We've gone through this whole process of getting our Agrément certification done. But what we have found in this marketplace is there's such a huge resistance to, alternative building tech, alternative building materials. And we want to know, how do we get that support from, the panel that's standing in front there? I mean, we were working with an architect to develop our product for a development, and he took it to the bank, and the bank came back and said, sorry, we're not going to support, this concept. So my question is, what is the value of the certificate, of the Agrément certificate? If you have it, but you cannot use it in this country. It's just crazy. I mean, we got a concept that is scalable, it's green, it's renewable, it's cost efficient. So we tick all the boxes, but we cannot get this product into the marketplace. I mean, it's so difficult at the moment.
Thank you for the question. There are a couple of initiatives that we also are embarking on as an organization. And one of them is one that you will witness today in terms of signing the MOU with the NHBRC. In a nutshell, what we are saying, we'll give a proper background of it I think after lunch. So it's basically to form partnerships with all organizations, more especially government departments as well as government entities. In a way, we're trying to ensure that the specifiers outline the Agrément certification requirement as far as innovative technologies are concerned. With every project that goes out for innovative technologies, an Agrément certification will be a requirement. So as much as it looks like we're closing the market, we also just trying to give a benefit to our certificate holders, and which is not happening right now. We also have received a couple of complaints regarding the competition to say, what is the value of Agrément certification if we're going to compete for the same jobs as non-certified system holders? And in a way, to form these partnerships or collaborations or formalizing these partnerships with different sectors is to ensure the promotion of the use of certified products. Another initiative that is in the process or in the pipeline, we are busy. We've just, in the past 2 weeks, proposed the amendment of our Act. Currently, our Act outlines the promotion or the support, or we mandated to promote and support the use of innovative technologies, but it doesn't say anything about us being a regulator. And that's what we're trying to do. So we are proposing for that to be a regulator. So an Agrément certification will be a requirement as far as innovative technologies are concerned. We all know the process of actually amending the Act takes quite some time, usually 3 to 4 years. So it's a journey that we have started, and we are hoping we can improve in terms of marketing these innovative products and systems, especially certified one by Agrément. Thank you.
We have a response online, I think, to answer Mr. Chetty's question. It comes from a department official. On the challenge of securing appointments with municipalities, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure can engage ASA further on how it can be of assistance. We have some ideas we can engage on further for a way forward. I do have the contact details. You can contact me for the delegates' details. Is there another question?
Sorry, I just wanted to respond to the guy at the back. Sorry, sir, I'm not sure what your name is, but I thought from a bank's perspective, obviously, I'm not sure in terms of when is it that you had approached, what the feedback was. But one thing for sure is that the bank is looking at, new innovations that we would like to obviously support. So I think to what I said earlier, where, you know, if there is an MOU, I'm not sure what, if there is an MOU, it becomes a better process in terms of assisting, because there is a corporate that, you know, a corporate that we currently have a relationship with. So, look, I'm going to encourage that maybe after the session, please just speak to me when it comes to that, so that we can understand what the issue was. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Ndumiso Kholomane, coming from the Eastern Cape Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Mine is one to Agrément SA, to consider looking at certification for local manufacturing, and also looking at a space where, at the retail center where the building materials are being sold, looking at regulations where there's a anti-dumping regulations, where you found that our people who are not knowing or who are not technical, who are buying material that are substandard from the manufacturers and also from the retailers. Looking at also the issue that we have in the province where there's a high level of unemployment, that will assist also if the materials that you use in the sector, in the building sector, the new materials are locally produced, so that we can assist in that space. The second issue is on the manufacturers, that they must also look at aesthetics on their materials. We're in a country where our people have been brought up growing up in shacks, and also the prefabs that we've been built previously from schools that were not of high standard, and also the look of it. So our people are very skeptical when it comes to alternative materials because of that schools were built in a prefab not looking good. I think if you can work on how your materials are architecturally, aesthetically beautiful, maybe it will change the perception of the communities. And also on Agrément, also I think we need to look at the materials that have been in industry for a long time. Are they still safe when you're looking at the environment today? With the lots of floods in Queenstown and how the RDP houses that we've been built with concrete blocks are falling on people, and people are dying because of those materials. Are they still today, with the change in the environment, are they still safe to use? Thank you.
So most of what you've mentioned is actually what we are trying to drive through this eco-labeling initiative. So if you have a look at all the specifications, at the core of each of any product or system that seeks eco-labeling certification, there are multiple criteria that you must conform to, and one of those is local manufacturing. So that seeks to address that any person or manufacturer that is producing something within this country, it should all be mostly local or raw materials should come from South Africa. And in addition, although we're not saying that if some of your materials come from overseas, we are excluding those, but to get certain criteria or score points rather, we've got a rating system that is built into this eco-labeling scheme. And so all the specifications will detail, what are the different aspects that, one must tick off in order to gain those points. So local manufacturing is definitely something that we are trying to, drive and address. And by doing that, we're also trying to empower all those that are previously disadvantaged and allow them the space to also, compete within, this very competitive, space that we're working in. I think your second question or point had to do with the how, you know, the receptiveness of, you know, especially, you know, low-income communities to IBT. That is an ongoing challenge. In my personal studies as well, it's something that I've been, you know, trying to address in terms of, you know, how is it that you get people to accept that a IBT is not inferior. So one of the ways that we are doing that is through the many workshops that we undergo. So one of those are the training of SMMEs, just so that, you know, people get an understanding of what Agrément certification means. And outside of that, you know, IBTs are not something that's scary. You know, all of us here, or most of us in this room, would probably, you know, be aware of what they are. And because we are not placed in a position where we are obligated to go with it, for many people that are, you know, underprivileged, it shouldn't be come across as something that is, you know, forced onto one. So what we are trying to do is gradually, you know, get the word out there. We are going to implement a number of, you know, roadshows, all in the effort to, you know, address the issue of, you know, receptiveness to these systems. And my colleague who's here on stage, actually, she is from our quality assurance department. And what they do is that they physically will go on site and conduct, you know, annual audits and sometimes, you know, random audits on some of the systems that have been approved. And in doing that, they also get to gather, you know, data as to how, you know, these systems are being accepted. And, you know, I must admit, it's not something that will be, you know, instantaneous. It's something that will take us, you know, a couple of years, or, you know, that's just putting it mildly. But, you know, as long as we are trying to, you know, gradually take those steps to get people to understand that, you know, an IBT, in fact, has better performance than your you know, typical standard brick house. And in part of our assessment of a building system, what we do is that we compare all those systems to the standard brick house in terms of, you know, what it should basically perform better than that particular house. So in terms of the thermal aspects, in terms of durability, in terms of fire performance, as Kobus was mentioning, that, you know, you need to allow for a specific rating, you know, in a building such that people are able to leave. So at the minimum, it should be 30 minutes. And then, of course, your high-performing systems would be those where you have an allowance of 2 hours or even 3 hours to escape that particular building. So, yeah, you know, we are definitely taking those strides and you know, trying to get people to adjust to IBTs, and eventually we all will get there with, you know, the rate at which technology is moving. So yeah, all I can say is that all in good time. I don't know if Kanyisa or Mr. Stradom you'd like to add.
Okay, thank you and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Kanyisa Komani, a Quality Assurance Officer at Agrément, South Africa. To add to what Zama had said, she's already said a mouthful, but to add to it, firstly, we need to understand that innovation, for it to have come about, it came from gaps that have been identified within the construction industry when it comes to conventional building materials. So that on its own puts anyone who's got innovative material at an advantage. And then we move on to certification. Although certification is voluntary, that is why we have such an engagement like today's one, which is a stakeholder engagement, which encompasses everyone from stakeholders and to, from certificate holders to one of our biggest stakeholders, which is public works and all the other major role players within the construction industry, is that we know that innovative products are there, they're still coming, and certification on its own is also voluntary. Yes, we want to be a regulator, but for an organization to come and say they want to be certified for a product, that is voluntary. But like, I think there was someone that mentioned to say, how do we benefit from being a certificate holder, and in this case, for Agrément South Africa? Well, firstly, you would get like business confidence, which I know that is becoming it's been a challenge for Agrément certified certificate holders because of the type of products that are certified, which is innovative. So what we do as Agrément South Africa, I'm just going to touch on the safety aspect and to also make the end users comfortable in using our innovative certified products. So what we do as a quality department is we conduct annual inspection. We call them annual quality and compliance inspections, which are conducted, like it says annual, so on an annual basis. We are on the field. My other colleagues are not here today because they are on the field auditing. So we conduct those on an annual basis, and they are based on a quality management system of an organization. Quality management system would also cover things like your manufacturing, your production of the product, and also the soft side of the quality management system. So that would be how involved is management and how invested are they in the certificate. Because sometimes you'd find that an organization wants a certificate because they're hearing that they will get a better chances of actually being appointed for tenders or being, let me leave it there, being appointed for tenders. But now you find that when it comes to the maintenance of it, they would lag in some instances after getting the certificate. So we are there on the ground to ensure that whatever that the certificate has been certified against, all those rules and regulations and tests and aspects are still complied to by the certificate holders, because we know that we are servicing our country and also abroad, not just in South Africa. So we are trying to ensure that whatever that is on the ground, that is Agrément's name and the certificate holder's name there. So because of the reputation that we have and that we're trying to improve on and build on, we're always there on the ground to audit. And there's also validity reviews that get conducted after every 3 years. Validity review would be to cement, to say, okay, this certificate holder has been with us for 3 years. So now we just want to go and check. We will either sample the aspect that we would like to retest, just to ensure and get the comfort that the certificate holder is still adhering to the conditions of their certificate. I hope that I've answered you. Thank you.
My name is Nolithando Bongwana, the member of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure. Agrément SA was formed in 1969. I mean, it's 54 years later. Legislated in 2015, 8 years later. I have been a councillor since I've been a councillor 2016 to 2015. Never heard about Agrément SA. I know that some of the municipalities, they have never heard about Agrément SA. As the Portfolio Committee, when we came in 2019 and heard about Agrément SA, we all were shocked, but appreciated that there is this gem, there is this secret in South Africa. And as such, we really appreciate the strides that you are taking to ensure that you are known out there. But as I indicated earlier on, is that it's 8 years since you were legislated, but the majority of South Africans, and even some who have these ideas of innovative, they don't know you. So my question is, how then are you going to, I know Zama said something about you going out, having trainings, but this stakeholder that has been raised by other members in this stakeholders engagement, the municipalities, how then do you ensure that almost all the municipalities in South Africa, you can be in provinces, know about you? Because there are so many innovations that are there, and the fact that people are not receptive of this certificate, it's because they don't know you. So how then do you ensure that you are known by South Africa, that you are this holder of this certificate? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and we highly appreciate, especially even your presence together with the committee members. It means a lot to us as Agrément. And as we engage with yourselves over the years, indeed, this has been the question that have been raised, but very interestingly, it's also including the resistance that some of our entrepreneur innovators are facing when they introduce this innovative technology. First, we need to really advertise, first, which is long overdue. Agrément South Africa, it's little known of Agrément South Africa. But as we indicated that this is the first of its kind to engage the stakeholders, in this house, we've got policymakers, innovators, bankers, and one part of the puzzle that is probably missing, it's the users, which is the public. And how do we now reach out to the public? We need to advertise. We need to advertise program director and the chairperson to say, who is Agrément? Because our objective is to make sure that the public associate the green color, which is the color of life, about Agrément. In that, we provide safety in terms of the use of innovative products and systems. The minute the public start to understand the role of Agrément as a sole regulator in as far as innovative products and systems is concerned, and that's where we'll say we have achieved a goal, that's when we'll say we have reached the summit of Africa, because we represent Africa and we're leading the role. Chair, while we may not necessarily well known in South Africa, we engage with our African countries in the sense that we also had a delegation from Zimbabwe in terms of coming to understand and learn how they could regulate these innovative products and systems. We export our products and systems through the innovators to Ghana, to Nigeria, Namibia, Kenya, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. They use these products and systems. But it's right here at home where we need to start to hear people talking about Agrément. Correctly so, if we go to the street and ask about Agrément, they will start to ask each other questions, but what is Agrément? And for that, it's the road that we have taken, Chair. We have also put our billboard on N1. This is part of our communication strategy because we realize that the stakeholder is very important. And we also, here in our midst, we've got Ridolf, who's coming from NRCS, which is actually working on standards in terms of SABS and us in terms of how to regulate that. And we'll also want to engage with them. They have extensive stakeholder engagement with the municipalities. It's what we'll consider including the SALGA. This is most importantly because some of our certificate holders here, their products are used in the communities, in the rural village areas and so forth. And you see this product, you said, but this is what we are certifying. But what does the community knows about that product? They see it as something that is not known since it's not conventional, but we know the advantage of these innovative products. It's what we need to drive home, and we need to engage on awareness in terms of while we will be meeting with the municipalities, but the most important thing is to engage with the communities through the media, the radio media, which we have started. We have been at the various radio stations to communicate our message in terms of the usage, the safe use of the innovative products that have been certified. Soon we will also be on TV because it's important to cover all the angles and the sectors. Today or yesterday, we've been at Mhlobolenen in part to also tell them in terms of what we are doing today, how it will assist the innovators and the community at large. So one thing that perhaps we've been lagging over the last 8 years, Chair, it's awareness, engagement, and collaboration. It's something that we strongly identify that is some of our targets that we need to reach, and we are working hard on it, and soon you'll start to hear because we'll also be conducting a survey in terms of who knows about Agrément and what does Agrément do, and how does the agreement ensure the safety introduction of innovative products in the country. And at some quarters, we talk about the dumping and so forth. Part of the review of the legislation is to make sure that any innovative product that come to the country, it's regulated, and agreement should be there, should be something that one day, Chair, we'll be talking the same levels as SABS of this world. Thank you.
Good day, everybody. My name is Themba Sangweni. I'm from MFA Property Developers. We are a construction company based in Boksburg. Mine, I think, is more of a suggestion more than it is a question. We were just talking about the resistance of innovative building systems. I think that we can also assist to avert that by our stakeholders, they're giving some kind of an incentive to consumers of IBT systems. For instance, if banks could offer favorable interest rates if people are building with this system, if NHBRC could give maybe lower charges on enrollment fees, we know that money is a very good motivator for people to adapt to new things. So I think that maybe if all the stakeholders can look into how do we make this a more cost-effective system to the consumer, I think we will get more than enough demand from the consumers. Your insurance companies, should charge less premiums because the products are so innovative that there's less risk of fire, there's less risk of that. So all the benefits that comes with the innovation should also benefit the consumer as well. So that they're motivated to say, if I were to finance a property worth 800,000 rands that was built with the traditional system, then if the same house is built with the IBT system, I'll probably pay 700,000. I'm just, it's a suggestion from me. Thank you.
Can I answer your suggestion? Edge funding is a critical factor all over the world for affordable housing. And all the banks are being forced to utilize it in South Africa. To the extent that if your house, affordable housing, is EDGE certified, meaning it's qualifying for at least a 20% reduction in the energy consumption, your end user, your client, is going to qualify for anything from a 1/3 to 0.5% reduction in the interest rate. Look, it's not great, but it's a bloody good start, And Absa Bank just got $248 million from the IFC to fund only affordable housing in this country. And I'm so glad there's a representative from Absa Bank. When you talk about surveys and things like that, I've walked a long road with Agrément, very long time, 12, 13 years. Not all of it good, a lot of it very, very good, just some of it was bad as well. But Absa conducted a survey in Mbakweni at the Absa Housing Innovation Hub competition in 2010. It was an absolute treasure trove of information. They bussed in 400 people from all over the country. From the Western Cape. And they did this wonderful survey. Dr. Gert Draai at that stage was the pioneer in this country in innovative housing. Joe Kondos, Merrill Benjamin. There's an absolute treasure trove sitting right there. We should start right there with that surveys, that information, and let's take it from there. And I can tell you this much, if you really want to conduct your surveys, your clients are your first stop, because we are the cold face of what's happening out there. Don't divorce yourself from our experiences. We really have a lot of good stories to tell. And Richard, what you said about getting the message out into the public, brilliant idea. I've always had this conversation with the late Joe and Dr. Jeff, and I said to them, but your end market isn't Joe Public. It's actually your built environment professionals, your architects, your engineers, your QSs, your municipal people. Because I can't believe it's 2023 and I'm still educating architects about who Agrément is. That's not my job. That's yours. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've run a little over time, but we've got 2 more questions on this side. Mishlotti, you can go ahead.
Okay, maybe just to emphasize on what he said, we also now and then put up a call for experts to assist us in our criteria development and also in participating in our technical committee. So anyone that is in a built environment that has experience in civil engineering, architecture, quantity surveying, please do extend your hand so we develop better criteria in order to assess these innovative technologies. Everyone is welcome. There's a criteria set in terms of participating in these committees. Please do respond to this call for experts that we regularly put out. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Genevieve from Broekkerrit. I think Quibus has walked a long road with us for insulated concrete forms. I don't want to give another problem. I think we're here because we are all have come to the forefront to bring change to the problems that we've seen. My one suggestion or thing, something that I've seen that has worked, we need to change mindsets. And how are we changing mindsets? We have built insulated concrete forms homes, I think over 20 in the past 2 years. One small change. We engaged with civic colleges, we engaged with teenagers. And teenagers have, you know, young minds, they grasp the concept so easily. And this is what I want to maybe put to Agrément. Again, I said we are solution. Everyone that's sitting here in this room is part of a solution. That's why you're here. I want to bring this to Agrément's attention, or maybe a suggestion. The universities, the technical colleges, that's where we should be. That's where we should be starting, because the next architect that's coming out, the next engineer that's coming out, are the ones that is going to introduce our product to the market. And they will grasp it. There's such an excitement about it. A quick thing is, we were at a TVET college, we were sharing about insulated concrete forms, it's a cooler box, blah, 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 blah. We get a call, it's an old lady, she says, my teenage son has said, this is what he wants me to build with. She says, every day he showed me videos, every day he explained the benefit, he explained the fire rate, and he explained everything. And in that community, we engaged with other females, other ladies, other men, to show them how to use it. We are human, it's human nature. We will not just use something that we have not seen, touch, build, feel. And I think this is the element that we are missing. Yes, radio is going to be amazing, but can we be on the ground? Touch, feel, build. They want to see a house built. If I show them the product, it just goes over your head. I can't believe a house made of polystyrene will stand. When they've seen it, when they go into this house and it's built and outside it's boiling hot and inside it's cool, the experience blows them away. This is what we need to do. We need to change mindsets, starting with our young people, starting in the rural communities, get them to feel, to touch, to build. And I think we will be halfway there.
Thank you very much. My name is Selora Tete from a company called MRT Energy. We are the manufacturer of a product called Parmesan, which is a road stabilizer. And I'm very much proud to announce that we got the certification from Agrément, and we did a lot of roads, some in Pretoria, and it didn't go further because of change of governments. But what I would like to tell you is that we are doing very well with our stabilizer in Angola, in Namibia, in other countries outside the country, who are doing very well. I've got a little concern about the way Agrément wants to position itself now, because I believe that Agrément has been made with an objective to regulate products fit for a particular purpose. But I hear an echo of saying that they are becoming the regulator of innovative products. And I'm just starting to shiver in fear that we shouldn't find ourselves in the loggerheads where different departments of governments are starting to fight because there are legislated institutions in government, like in the trade and industry, and like in other spheres of government, which are specifically meant to regulate innovative products that comes into the country, that are done in the country, that they give them certain standardization that as may be required. So I would love to, and I understood that Agrément was specifically placed in the Department of Public Works so that it deals with those matters, those products that they could not be aligned for a particular specification from the Department of Trade and Industry or from the SABC or SABS, and then that particular product can still perform a particular objective that is required by the country. For example, you find that as I talk about my enzyme that is stabilizing the road, it may not be able to get a particular qualification in terms of how it does it so that it could be written. But when you do it on the ground, you use it, it does the perfect job. It does even far much better than those that are specified like cement. So what I would like to say is just to say, I think it is very, very important that Agrément should engage specifically and very strongly with the Department of Trade and Industry, since they are regulated by two different ministries, and find themselves, positioning themselves appropriately so that you shouldn't emerge coming out as a competitor to that. And that type of fights are the fights that cause this country of us not to go anywhere, because you find that government departments are fighting for positioning themselves into different structures. So I like it to happen. I like Agrément to come out, but it must be unique and continue to propagate and announce and pronounce fit for purpose products that are many that could be used properly in this country. I thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lindley Carroll. So I'm from FMSR, Training and Consulting. My field of specialty is fire technology. So yes, with that said, the municipalities, I think that's a starting point with regards to engaging with building control officers. And from a fire perspective, a fire safety department or code section, I was in the fire service for 19 years. And in 2012, there was a huge tornado that actually went through Ekurhuleni. So with regards to my colleague on the bottom actually say with regards to substandard material or building material, there was about 756 houses actually destroyed in the tornado. And that is not even my field of speciality with regards to natural disasters. Okay, I did study disaster management, etc. But looking at the damage that was actually caused there, RDP houses actually being totally destroyed where you just see the foundation. And right next to that RDP house, there's a shack that was actually still standing. So you can actually just look at how contractors actually do purchasing of material that is maybe substandard. So I think that on my second point is from agreement side, how you guys can actually contribute to local manufacturers with regards to the criteria and specifications of product built with regards to bricks, for instance, or trusses, roof trusses, etc. Because that is actually the lack of both the municipality side, because they pass these plans for especially RDP projects, and also then from fire perspective that you have your 30-minute rating. RDP house is very small. But at the end of the day, everybody that stays in an RDP project have all these content inside there. And what we don't actually realize is that the fire load inside these houses is much more than you are actually pretend or test against with regards to the fire rating of a specific load-bearing wall or etc. The other thing is also distances. There's a RDP project in Nigel that actually happened with safety distances between these occupancies, which is less than 800 millimeters. So the one will burn, the next one will actually burn as well, because at the end of the day, you need to take in consideration fire loads and then also the safety distance between these occupancies. So from agreement side, I ask that you really, really take it serious of intervening with the municipalities, the building control officers, the fire code section, that they actually be, because they only sit with the SABS 10400 book. But the thing is, as you come down to the building material that's actually being used in that specific areas, that it actually, or from local, because you do want to support local businesses, but those businesses actually build bricks which is substandard, which actually does not actually have the lifespan it's supposed to be or was constructed for. All right, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Maybe I'm very fortunate here. When I started my career with CSR, I was a performance evaluating officer looking at the technical reports being issued prior to the issue of an Agrément certificate. So I understand the Agrément process since 1977. One of the things which is very important, and that is a point that was raised here, and I also made a comment in that with regard to in my presentation. Agrément is fit for purpose. It's not compliance with the national building regulations. That's a difference. I can only speak from a fire point of view, which is life safety, and that's the only thing that I can comment on. I don't want to give comments on other aspects, but that's very important. And that is important also for the potential Agrément certificate holders or people or potential clients to Agrément, that if you apply for a product, and I said the intended use is very important, because if you can define the intended use, then you can design or describe a fit-for-purpose outcome. If you cannot give the end use specifically, you cannot define the end use. And I think major problems crop up where people use certificates, so-called certificates, but not for the intended use. And if you do an Agrément preparation or evaluation like we do it from a fire point of view, we make 100% sure that we know exactly what materials will be used in the system. And those materials need to be specified and form part of the certificate, not a generic product. So the purpose of Agrément, I think, is very clear. And if the guidance are followed, which is presented in Agrément certificate, and which is better than any other system, the back part of that also incorporate a technical guide, so people visually can have a look and see what it's intended for. But then it must only be used for the intended use. Then failures would not occur. And I think if you look at the building regulations, unfortunately also being part of that in the establishment prior to 87, the provision has been made in terms of the category A house. That is to take care. If the guidance are followed in there, that is something over and above the regulation. But there are certain shortcomings that you cannot have a deemed to satisfy table form part of a regulation which tell you a generic product will meet the requirements. And that is a major problem. Performance are the basis of anything. If you don't test it and you don't test the performance, you will not know what the outcome is. And I think if you stick within those rules, I will invite all people or users to get an Agrément certificate, because then it's defined, provided the certificate are used for the intended use.
Thank you so much. All right, I think, Ramona, you said, is there one more question and then we can close for lunch? One more?
Hello,
Yes, sir.
my name is Sydney. I just wanted to find out, I'm saddened by my brother up there that says he's got a certificate, but he couldn't get funding from the banks. Agreement, I don't know if you guys, one of your stakeholders should be the banks. You know, for all the things that you are certifying, I think you should engage the banks so that they know that there's things like these that might need financing. So if you're gonna allow just the guys that have the certificate to try and convince the banks, it's gonna be difficult. But from your standpoint, if you can make them aware that if certain things come to the table, please do finance them, you know, because if you are just alone trying to convince the bank, it might just not work. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. And in closing, yes, we do engage with the banks. It's only that more often than not, banks will call us to understand whether they can finance such a house that is made up of innovative systems. But we take the point that we need to take the initiative to engage with the banks so as they understand also our building systems and innovative products. But I wanted to comment on the last one regarding the legislation, is that the process of reviewing and changing the legislation is a lengthy process, and the requirement is that they should be consultative. And here in our midst, we have one of the representatives from the department that will be assisting us in terms of changing that act, and we will be going through that process. And there is also public comments when the legislation is changed. And we invite everyone to participate in these improvements in our legislation, because at the end of the day, it needs to save lives for our people, and that's where we participate. And thank you.
Right, thank you so much. Can we give the CEO and the entire panel a round of applause, please? They've done an amazing job. Thank you. Ooh, thank you. Sorry. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the half part of our program, and we're about to break now for lunch. I think that's exciting news. You'll get to speak to all the delegates and the CEO just one-on-one if you want to connect. But right now, I am announcing that we are going for lunch, and I just want to let you know what time you are expected to be back here so we can continue with our program. All guests to be seated at 2 o'clock. Is that okay? That's plenty of time to network, get something to drink, speak to someone, get a business card or two, etc., and we will then come back at 2. Thank you. Ooh, how do I think?
kufihla umzimba wesithandwa seminyaka eDon Bosco kwaZakhele. 4 rooms with a dining room table ebar zange balile nabathathu ecamkwengcwaba lakhe sande zincinci salahlutho telutho twene sengasazi nesesathu kenina bethu na usishiyile usizi no no oh usishiyile usizi no no sondela mhlobo nalibalelide abo kwaqala khona engathazo zozo mama ndabulela tata ndabulela. Tanzania, Tanzania, Tanzania. Asante sana Tanzania, asante sana Tanzania, asante sana Tanzania. ukuhlangana nawe. Uzobuya nini? I need to hear your voice. Ebusuku nemini. Baby wami, ngithanda wena wedwa. Theni ungafuna uthanda mina nedwa. I need to feel you close to me, 'cause I can't breathe without you. Stand aside, bambulong. Why you dance so? Ten on dance so. Ndifuna uhlala njengowakho. Stand aside, bambulong. Why you dance so? Ten on dance so. Ndifuna uhlala njengowakho. Time and time again, demanding the kubeka. Andimfuna omunye ngaphandle kwakho. Kodwa ngiyahluleka when uyabaleka. You don't love me like I love you, baby, baby. Ndandifuna wena when ufuna omunye. Stand aside, bambulong. Why you dance so? Ten on dance so. Ndifuna uhlala njengowakho. Stand aside, bambulong. Why you dance so? Ten on dance so. Ndifuna uhlala njengowakho. Why you making me so crazy? Ngiyaphambanisa, hlala ungiphazamisa, dlala ngenhliziyo yami. Tell me what I gotta do. Phila phandle kwakho ngithini do. Why you making me so crazy? Ngiyaphambanisa, hlala ungiphazamisa, dlala ngenhliziyo yami. Tell me what I gotta do to be with you. Stand up. Kizio yami funa wena. Unoba awungithandi ngizokuthanda. Kuze kuyovalwa wena love you. got this message for you, ndithi ayijungiyavuma Darling, ndilindile, nhliziyo yami yonke. I got this message for you, ndithi ayijungiyavuma 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 ayijungiyavuma
And my baby ngiyavuma I do that I only wanna live for you Imina nawe just as two Ngithandazela ukuthi we just stay true And good God, I've been waiting for this moment For you to look at me and just hold me Remember back then when you used to call me Usunami angeke usaba lonely So together we're moving on And forever we're standing strong And don't ever forget the song That made me say I do And together we're moving on And forever we're standing strong And don't ever forget a song That made me say I do
Darling, ndilindile, say how much I love you. I got this message for you, ndithi ayijungiyavuma Darling, ndilindile, nhliziyo yami yonke. I got this message for you, ndithi ayijungiyavuma 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 ayijungiyavuma
From the bottom of my heart Thank you for the pain and the stress Thank you, it made me who I am Thank you, now I'm standing under ice And baby I do From the bottom of my heart Thank you for the pain and the stress Thank you, it made me who I am Thank you, now I'm standing under ice And baby I do
Darling, ndilindile, say how much I love you. I got this message for you, ndithi ayijungiyavuma Darling, ndilindile, nhliziyo yami yonke. I got this message for you, ndithi ayijungiyavuma 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 ayijungiyavuma
Welcome to my house, by the way. I want it to be as comfortable as possible and just, you know. You're already loving it. This song started with a bass. I had the bass line in my head. It's my most favorite thing part of the song. You approve, I'm so happy.
Been to many places and seen so many faces, but I've never seen someone like you. Baby, please level with me. Tell me if it's possible for me and you to be together. And I'll take any kind of love, and I'll take anything you give me. Anything I promise will do. Any kind of love, and I'll take anything you give me. And any kind of love at all. I'll say now, I'll say, 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 say now, I'll say, say now, I'll say, say. Say, 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 say now, say.
It's simple. When the next chorus comes, you're gonna sing with me.
Ooh, for this kind of thrill, I would do anything just to have you near me. Yeah, whoa, 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 oh, my baby, for this kind of loving. Baby, I'll do anything. Oh, any kind of loving, I'll take anything you give me. Anything I promise will do. Any kind of loving, I'll take anything you give me, baby. angifuni ukuzwa ngabantu. Ngabe iqiniso yini? Ngabe iqiniso yini? Angifuni ukuzwa ngabantu. Njengoba ngikubuza, funa ukuzuvuma. Yebo, baby, I did you wrong. Njengoba ngikubuza nje, funa ukuzuvuma. Yebo, baby, I did you wrong. Train wreck when you broke my heart. I knew the truth, but it hit me hard. In my head, I'm like, what the fuck? Why we gotta take it this far? Click, click, I pull out the gun. You broke my heart, you son of a gun. In my head, I am so far gone. Baby, I'm a woman's gone. God be goodness, God be goodness, angifuni ukuzwa ngabantu. Ngabe iqiniso yini? Ngabe iqiniso yini? Angifuni ukuzwa ngabantu. Njengoba ngikubuza, funa ukuzuvuma. Yebo, baby, I did you wrong. Njengoba ngikubuza nje, funa ukuzuvuma. Yebo, baby, I did you wrong. Look at me, look at what you done. I guess you say that it ain't your fault. You're just sorry that you got caught. Why you gotta do me so wrong? It's even harder to forgive a man who ain't got nothing to give. All he does is lie and deceive. Why we gotta take it this far? God be goodness to you. God be goodness to you. Angifuni ukuzwa ngabantu. God be goodness to you. God be goodness to you. Angifuni ukuzwa ngabantu. Njengoba ngikubuza, funa ukuzuvuma. Yebo, baby, I did you wrong. Njengoba ngikubuza nje, funa ukuzuvuma. Yebo, baby, I did you wrong.
Andisakwazi nokuzibamba, ndinquma kakhulu xa ndibona wena. Andali ndiyoyika ukuthetha nawe, kodwa nomkhitha khanigithuba ndithethe nawe oh ndiyacela mamela ngawe ndiyasifela khawuleza sondela ndikuthanda okwempela phambanisa ubuhle bakho inhliziyo yami igcwele uthando lwakho inkomo zikhona baba abazali bakho ndizimisela ukuba ngumyeni wakho ndiyacela mamela ngawe ndiyasivela khawuleza sondela ndikuthanda okwempela igama lami uva kunjani uma ngithi igama lakho uva kunjani uma ngithi ngiyakuthanda ngiphutha ngikhulume ngithini mase ungithinta lena lena inhliziyo yami ishaya tikikiki tikikiki Funny, darling, ngiva kumnandi uma ngiva igama lakho ngiva kumnandi uma ngibita igama lakho ngiva kumnandi uma kuthi uyangithanda kuthi ngikhulume ngithini uma uvumelana nami inhliziyo ishaya tikikiki tikikiki ishaya tikikiki Naziko omebuhlanti kuvume nabaphansi besithi eyisani kutheni ungeka mthathi ndathi yawo nginto right yena ungowami kodwa kukhona ingxaki uthathaza kandifuni naziko omebuhlanti kuvume nabaphansi besithi eyisani kutheni ungeka mthathi ndathi yawo nginto right yena ungowami kodwa kukhona ingxaki uthathaza kandifuni nyathi ngisahleli phansi komthi yadlula yona leyo ntokazi yaqonda ibiyokamanzi phaye sanzi emlanjeni ngapakama mnara ngayilandela njengohlebo wasarhatini ndasondela molosandi cela kuhamba nawe helo thityana ndivumele ndithethe nawe ndiyintsika ekhaya ikhaya lakwanqanga ndiyinkosi landikwenza inkosazana yam bamba isandla sam zokuba ngumama wabantwana bam ndiyazibuza umdlela ngayo kukhetha mna madoda engakabizi utata wam nawo bizi utata wakho ahlale phansi bobabini babonisane
ukuthi ngiqale blender ngiqala ukufika la ngabona umntwana ogrand right ngathi ukulahlela isingile wangibheka kabo wahamba nale life yokuba singile ine stress my brand hamba kule ngizoyijaha nale taxi ngizoyikhava noma ngihapha double price kodwa mangena kule car vele ngiyathwasa ukuthi bathi love is blind and I believe them girl you my love and you're blind you my love and you're blind ungitshele mangiphazama khona ngizophaphama ingqondo mayiphambana inamba mama mawungangaya ngizokhuba kuvala entambama ngiyazi abanye bahamba baqhume baphalaze but mina ma zothwa namagama amnandi you my light in the dark you the vibe in the club you the time in the watch yeah me timing I watch ngambonisa inkomo zikababa ngamcela kubadala yena still pincha ukuze ngikhole ngizishaya
nababanzi besithi eyisani kutheni ungekamthathi ndathi yawo nginturayithi yena ongowami kodwa kukhona ngaki utata
hayandikazeye mna ndibone hayi intombazane entle njengaye intombazane Chandwa undi chamile ndithe suku sithandwa sam nandibonisiwe nanawe baby sesitshatile intombazane kholele ndithe thinyani sithandwa ndivuthandile
Things not right
ubekezela uthando lwakho uyekelela uthando lwakho ubekezela uthando lwakho
emhlabeni abantu bahlekisa ngawe kodwa qina ayungalahli ithemba unyamezela zizinto zakhona nyamezela konke kolunga kodwa qina ayungalahli ithemba
elinye ilanga nami ngizoyibona indlela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizophumelela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizoyibona indlela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizophumelela kudala ndihamba ndifihla ndinyuka ndiqanda amathafa kunzima kudala ndihamba ndisiwa ndivuka angibonanga indlela ndikhanyisele indlela ndifuna ukuphumelela ndiboniseni indlela ndikhanyisele indlela ndifuna ukuphumelela ndiboniseni indlela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizoyibona indlela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizophumelela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizoyibona indlela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizophumelela ndikhanyisele indlela ndifuna ukuphumelela ndiboniseni indlela ndikhanyisele indlela ndifuna ukuphumelela ndiboniseni indlela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizoyibona indlela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizophumelela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizoyibona indlela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizophumelela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizoyibona indlela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizophumelela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizoyibona indlela ngelinye ilanga nami ngizophumelela
wembali wesuka notiki undenza ntoni na sibulalana ngenxa yakho wemali wesuka notiki undenza ntoni na sibulalana ngenxa yakho mali mali bagi yesono sesibulalana ngenxa yakho mali mali bagi yesono sesibulalana ngenxa yakho ndixakene neliphupho lam wemali wemali ndahlukene nezihlobo zami wemali abapolitiki nasecaweni baxabana ngawe wemali nakubuzamile mali awuphumelelanga wemali mali bangi yesono sesibulalana ngenxa yakho mali sesibulalana ngenxa yakho mali bangi yesono sesibulalana ngenxa yakho mali sesibulalana ngenxa yakho wemali wesuka notiki undenza ntoni na sibulalana ngenxa yakho wemali wesuka notiki undenza ntoni na sibulalana ngenxa yakho mali bangi yesono sesibulalana ngenxa yakho mali bangi yesono sesibulalana ngenxa yakho ndixakene neliphupho lam wemali ndahlukene nezihlobo zam wemali abapolitiki nasecaweni baxabana ngawe wemali nakubuzamile mali awuphumelelanga wemali bangi yesono sesibulalana ngenxa yakho mali bangi yesono sesibulalana ngenxa yakho mali bangi yesono sesibulalana ngenxa yakho mali bangi yesono sesibulalana ngenxa yakho wemali wesuka notiki undenza ntoni na sibulalana ngenxa yakho wemali wesuka notiki undenza ntoni na sibulalana ngenxa yakho
ambekwa sekwashonelanga mama funa
Don't be sansi ezindabeni bathe betheza betheza inkunika nezingqondo zalo mtshakazi bathe betheza betheza inkunika nezingqondo zalo mtshakazi kudala abafana benzulela bendingqungela kule ntaba kudala abafana benzulela bendingqungela kule ntaba kudala bendibuza ndihlelele ntoni kule ntaba kudala abafana benzulela bendingqungela kule ntaba kudala abafana benzulela bendingqungela kule ntaba kudala bendibuza ndihlelele ntoni kule ntaba ntombentle ehlale sansi ezindabeni ntombentle kangaka ehlale sansi ezindabeni bathe betheza betheza inkunika nezingqondo zalo mtshakazi bathe betheza betheza inkunika nezingqondo zalo mtshakazi ntombentle kangaka ehlale sansi ezindabeni ntombentle kangaka ehlale sansi ezindabeni bathe betheza betheza inkunika nezingqondo zalo mtshakazi bathe betheza betheza inkunika nezingqondo zalo mtshakazi ngela kule ntaba kudala abafana benzulela bendingqungela kule ntaba kudala bendibuza ndihlelele ntoni kule ntaba kudala abafana benzulela bendingqungela kule ntaba kudala abafana benzulela bendingqungela kule ntaba kudala bendibuza ndihlelele ntoni kule ntaba ntombentle entle kangaka ehlale sansi ezintabeni ntombentle entle kangaka ehlale sansi ezintabeni ntombentle entle kangaka ehlale sansi ezintabeni bathe betheza betheza inkunika nezingqondo zalo mtshakazi bathe betheza betheza inkunika nezingqondo zalo mtshakazi ntombentle ezindabeni ntombentle ezindabeni bathe betheza betheza inkunika nezingqondo zalo mtshakazi bathe betheza betheza ingqondo zalo mtshakazi ntombentle ezindabeni ntombentle ezindabeni ngithi bathe betheza betheza ingqondo zalo mtshakazi betheza inkunika zalo mtshakazi
Khumbula kudala ndihleli mama kwasuka kwadlula brother egcwele ebelebhonga wanjonga ngithanda kancancasi sanga imali yenu yangichaza akasekhe ndiyaxelela ndamayama ndifuna khala ndizenza umntana omncinci nangelinye ilanga sigqiba babana wabeske wacela tshata ndaphambana ndixele nomzali ndicinga njalo baby ndixakekile hey intlonandi nazo baby wena uthandiwe hey sabe fumana omunye ondiphambanisa njengawe wena uphethe inhliziyo yami la 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 khona khona lo buto ndiphetheyo khona khona lo buto ndiphetheyo tshona phansi andivuseke tshona phansi andivuseke khona khona lo buto ndiphetheyo khona khona lo buto ndiphetheyo tshona phansi andivuseke tshona phansi andivuseke ndikucinga njalo baby ndixakekile hey intlonandi nazo baby wena uthandiwe hey sabe fumana omunye ondiphambanisa njengawe wena uphethe inhliziyo yami la 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 asemathembeni
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention as we're about to start the second and the last half of our program. Welcome back. I hope that you had a great lunch, that you were able to network, that you were able to swap business cards, etc., and get the number of the people that you need to contact when you leave today. So we're just going to play a corporate video. There's a video that we tried to play in the morning, and there were just a bit of technical glitches. If we could just play that video before we proceed to our certificate handover. Can we please play the video, and I will introduce the 3 delegates that will be handing over certificates to our delegates today. Thank you.
Green is the color of life. Green is the color of innovative energy, abundance. Green is Agrément South Africa. Technology and engineering have made life easier for all of us. Yet, we know very little about the people behind the scenes that ensure that we are safe when using modern, new, and innovative construction products and building systems. For over half a century, Agrément South Africa has been at the forefront in supporting the development and manufacturing of fit-for-purpose innovative construction products and building systems across South Africa and the rest of the world. All the innovations that have come through our doors have been tried and tested for your peace of mind, allowing products and building systems to work when they are needed. Through our unique certification and technical assessment process, we enable innovators to gain a competitive edge to compete with leading global products. As a founding member of the World Federation of Technical Assessments Organization, Agrément South Africa's testing facilities ensure that innovators meet or exceed the fit-for-purpose production standards through compliance monitoring and vigorous testing of products and building systems. Agrément South Africa is not only about technical assessments and certification of innovative construction products and building systems, but undertakes eco-labeling of materials and products and green building assessments for public sector building on behalf of government. Where there are no applicable standard specifications or codes of practice from the South African Bureau of Standards, Agrément South Africa provides independent, authoritative technical assurance for innovative products and building systems. Through this simple act, Agrément South Africa has empowered the construction industry to innovate, develop, and advance. At Agrément South Africa, we believe in looking after our people and inspiring innovative solutions through embracing a dynamic and multicultural working environment. Being an organization with integrity, a proven track record, and emphasis on world-class quality innovations, we at Agrément South Africa welcome innovators to partner with us to get customized, approved, fit-for-purpose certification solutions for their products and building systems in a quest for making this world a better place. Agrément South Africa, innovative construction products and building systems assessments.
Thank you very much. And also welcome back to our online audience. You can give me another fine for forgetting. It's hard to navigate a physical crowd and an online crowd. Right, so are we ready to congratulate, to ululate, to do all the things for those that will be receiving certificates at this point? I would like to introduce three delegates that will be handing over the certificates today. We have the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Ntobongwana, who holds a secondary teacher's diploma and a Bachelor of Commerce in Accounting. She obtained a master's in public administration from the University of Fort Hare. She has served as the Deputy Secretary of the South African Democratic Teachers Union branch in Qumbu, as the branch secretary of the ANC's Maqutshwane branch in the Mhlonto sub-region, in the OR Tambo region as the regional treasurer of the ANC OR Tambo region, as the regional task team coordinator of the African National Congress Women's League in the OR Tambo region, and as the provincial secretary of the ANC Women's League in the Eastern Cape. Can we please put our hands together for the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Ntobongwana. Accompanying the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee is Mr. Denzel Fredericks, and just a bit about him as well. Mr. Fredericks is the CEO, SHEM Consulting and Training. So Denzel is the former scheme chairperson of the ISO 45001, 2018 board director of the later chairperson of SAATCA, board member of Agrément South Africa, Department of Labour committee member for the asbestos regulations of 2002, and is a SABS TC 283 committee member, or 283 committee member. He is a leader, auditor, accredited trainer and assessor with the BQA and assessor moderator with AgriCETA. He has over 10 years and is still part of various professional teams that has employed him as an occupational health and safety consultant for the refurbishment, maintenance, and construction of new facilities and road infrastructure. Mr. Fredericks has successfully managed and completed large occupational health and safety, including environmental projects under the SHEM Consulting and Training, and has accumulated an excellent track record for himself over the past 25 years. And accompanying him, before we all give them a round of applause, is Mr. Lennox Makwendini. They will come to the front to hand over the certificates. Can we please, ladies and gentlemen, I know that we just had something to eat, but just give them a big round of applause as we start the certificate ceremony. I
the height. Wow. Thank you, Program Director. The name is Lennox Makwetini. I'm one of the senior technical assessors at Agrément SA. Me and our team, we are the guys that are assessing these products before they go into the market. So all of you that are here must be rest assured that the certificates that we're going to be handing out today, their fitness for purpose has been tested because we did that job and we are proud of it and we are very much proud of the job that we've done. Yes, so I'll call on our first recipient, which is Citra Building System. May I please ask the honorable members maybe to get closer to that side because the certificates are coming from that side. Okay. Yeah, our first recipient is Citra Building System. This is a building system that's made out of polystyrene. Polystyrene is a polymer which adds to the industry of plastics. The wall is 140 millimeter thick, and it's actually, it has been fully tested, if I can say, and it's one of the products that you are proud of, and we've made sure that this as a polymer can be able to withstand different types of weathers. It qualifies in terms of fire, all the aspects that we usually test for fire. Can Citra Building System representative come forward, please? It's my pleasure. Thanks. Sort it out. Yeah, there's an extra one. Sorry about that. An extra one. Our next recipient will be Net Patch called Mix Asphalt. This is a material that they use to repair roads. We call it cold asphalt mix or cold asphalt patch mix that's used for repairing potholes. So can I please ask a representative from NetPatch to come forward and receive their certificate? Is there a representative from NetPatch? Unfortunately, we're not given names. We know that each and every certificate holder that's here, it's supposed to be represented. Maybe I must call on the next one for now. Our next recipient will be Promec Strong Coat. I know I've seen them earlier on when we first started the forum. I know there's Carlin and there's somebody else. Can somebody from Promec Paints come forward? The paint that you're about to award and certificate is actually used as a primer, it's used as an undercoat, and it has an option of using a reinforcement polymer. And then it's also used as a top coat. So it has 4 functions as a paint product. So can I ask somebody? Oh, they're both here. Yes. Okay, the next recipient will be SAMEC Engineering. SAMEC Engineering, it has engineering solutions that can, help with the evolving industrial technological global challenges. So these guys, they've followed the entire process when they're applying for their Agrément certificate. Can I please ask them to come in, to receive their certificate? They must be followed by all-in-one white and standard color paint. These guys are also in the painting site, if I can say. And their paint has got 3 functions. It's also an undercoat. Then it's an undercoat. It starts with a primer, if I can say. It's a primer, it's an undercoat, then a top coat. I haven't seen anybody from the company, but if there's a representative, can they please come up to come and receive their certificate? All in one white and standard paint. Okay, thank you. Thank you. May they please be followed by Amalulu. We've seen the demonstration, it's at the back there. Amalulu urine diversion toilet. This is a unique sanitation system for both waterborne and dry sanitation. So it can be used on, where they don't have water running, and it can be used also on where there's water running as well. Can a representative from Amalulu come up and receive? Sorry about that. You see, I told you about these height challenges now. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Can they please be followed by a shotcrete precast concrete toilet? They have a certification for a top structure. And, okay, let me just give a short description. They provide high quality and durable precast concrete panel toilets, the toilet structures for sanitation solutions. So can somebody from shotcrete come up and receive their certificate, please? May I please maybe ask if there's no representative, maybe the technical assessor that was working on the project to come and receive it on their behalf so that they can make sure that they hand it over to the certificate holder. Shotcrete, I think it must have been Sakiwa. Yeah. Yeah. May they please be followed by Nudura insulated concrete forms building system. I saw the lady, she's here. This building system is also made out of polystyrene. It's one of those polymer building systems that we've certificated as Agrément. And it can be used for both single and double story structures. Why? Because it's actually reinforced with concrete. We actually call it permanent shuttering that is filled with concrete. So yes. Yeah. Yeah. Can I please ask City Fraser RG Fire Pipe System to come and receive their certificate? The piping system is manufactured in 3 polypropylene layers with anti-expansion microfibers resistant to disinfection processes. May they please come and receive their certificate? Again, if they're not here, may I please ask the technical assessor that was working on the project to come and receive? Oh, they are here. Yeah. I think that's the video that we saw earlier on, where they were showing the piping system exposed to fire. And we've seen that it's quite a good system as well. Thank you. May they please be followed by EnviroCrete building system. EnviroCrete construction system is an innovative alternative building system that combines the best practice in bioclimatical architecture and engineering with off-site and prefabricated industrial product technologies. Oh, they are here. Need their own. Yeah. Thank you. May I please ask Permazine, non-traditional soil stabilizer, to come forward. Permazine is a natural soil stabilizer. It is manufactured with organic compounds that treat and solidify soil in an environmentally conscious manner. Can I please ask the representative from Permazine to come forward? Yeah. The last one on my list is FSM building system. This system means that there are no screws used in the building system, no rivets, no bolts in this construction. It's only using M10 nuts just to fasten and ridging at the end of the construction process. Can I please ask somebody from FSM to come and receive their certificate? Can I please ask a technical assessor that was working on the product to come and receive this certificate on their behalf? In fact, on this one, I'm going to put one of our senior people on the spot. Can I please ask Mr. Skosana to come and receive this certificate? Yeah. Induna. Yeah. Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, good. According to the list that I have, that was supposed to be the last certificate, but I can check with the desk this side. Is there anybody that you've left out? Sorry about that, but this was not captured. We've got National Asphalt, and I've seen them. They were out there on the exhibition stand. Can somebody from National Asphalt come and receive their certificate? So if they're not here again, an assessor from Agrément SA that was working on this road product. And we only have 2 people that are specializing in road products. It's Busisiwe and Orifilo. Orifilo, can I please ask you to come and receive this certificate on the behalf of the client? Orifilo Tato, is he here? If not, I'll ask Anga to come and receive the certificate. Thank you. Again, I've seen the lady at the exhibition. I spoke to her early, Polo Pave. It's Pulukwane Pave, and I know they're here. I hope they even left after lunch. Can somebody from Polo Pave come and receive their certificate? Yeah. Yeah. No, can you check with them? There's a true mode certificate that was not handed over. And I know, again, I think it's Orifile that worked on this one. Or if there's a representative, we started with that one, true mode building system. If the person is still not here, can an assessor come and receive that? Orifile, are you here now? Oh, the person, okay. They're here, yeah.
what you gonna give to me today? Cause you're not feeling good all about you. And what you gonna give to me today? Cause you had a bad day. Well, so did I. So did I, baby. Well, so did I. So did I, baby.
Yeah, I think as far as certificate handover is concerned, we are done. But I need a photo as well. I cannot be standing here without taking. I need that photo. I think I'm fair. Yeah, I'm going to hand over back to the program director. I think I'm done on my part. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we give them a round of applause? Chairperson, if you can just remain together with Mr. Fredericks. Yes, we have a little token of our appreciation. And we'd like Mr. Fredericks to hand it over to you. And as they do that, can we please give them rather a big hand of applause? And if you can be on this side and we take a beautiful picture. A round of applause. Sorry, this side, Mom. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much. Before we move over to the signing of the MOU, may we please have the certificate holder videos? If we could just play that as I get ready to introduce the guests that will be signing the MOU today. If we could just look at some profile and certificate holder videos.
Our kids are very excited. They are eager to use those toilets.
Our learners are safe, 100% safe. We have got everything we need for our learners.
We are lucky that at our school we are having the new toilets. Now they are very, very beautiful.
You can see health safety was prioritized when the toilets were developed.
I think it is good and safe for my kids to have this kind of facility.
The new toilets are beautiful. I can do anything I want inside the toilet.
It is important that every learner learns and grows up under conditions that are appropriate for learning, and a health and safe environment is one of those.
The school is in a deep rural area. There are lots of pit toilets where safety of learners is at stake.
We unfortunately lost some of the learners through the pit latrines in Limpopo and in the Eastern Cape, and we don't want that to happen anymore.
We have found the school being built long ago, so the sanitation is too bad, where you can find that our learners used to go to the bushes.
There are no doors for privacy.
And our old toilets, they don't have water where you can use water to wash your hands.
Which are the basics in terms of human living.
The first thing is to restore dignity to the teachers, restore dignity to learners, but give them a facility that is appropriate for health, because schools are places for learners to prepare themselves for the future, and also to get them, to enjoy being at school, to have a conducive environment for them to learn.
The panels, when they are delivered, all the components are there. It's a simple plug and play. Everything is designed
to work perfectly with each other. It's like you get a manual that says this panel comes on top of this one comes on top of this one. So everything works together very nicely in sequence.
The quality of the build material is good quality, it's strong.
Every part of their building material, you can see they can last for long.
The support from Amalulu is very excellent. They assist us in doing the quality work that needs to be done.
I want to thank project managers, those who have built this for us. Really, we are over the moon. Wow.
The investment that we make in their education is the investment that we are making in our future. Because the future of this country, it's in the hands of our children. And our children are the future of our country.
What an amazing initiative. It just took me back long time ago in primary school. Long time ago. A lady never reveals her age. Long ago. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the signing of MOUs, but before we do that, we are going to welcome Ms. Mehloti Mahlaule, who's going to give us a background. Just a bit about Ms. Mehloti. She is currently the technical group leader, R&D at Agrément SA, an experienced civil engineer, technologist, project manager, and researcher with a demonstrated history of working in the roads and buildings construction industry. Skilled in project management, construction supervision, material testing, and quality control of roads, earthworks, bridges, and buildings. Strong civil engineering and program and project management with a BTech in civil engineering, transportation from Tshwane University of Technology, and a master's in business administration from the School of Business Learning at University of South Africa. Currently working as a technical group leader, research and development at Agrément SA, researching trends of construction, innovative product and systems, and implementing an eco-labeling scheme and a green building rating tool for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together for Ms. Mehloti, who's going to give us a background.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to speak now. We just got hold of the DM. She's been struggling to connect, so she'll give a speech now before I do.
Thank you, program directors. My apologies for the network struggles since 1:45. I've been connected off and on. But I think now that I've managed to be a bit stable, let me greet all the leadership of Agrément SA, as led by Dr. Ntebo Ngobo, together with the CEO, Mr. Richard Somanje, and the whole team of board members, as well as the stakeholders present today. My apologies, as I may not have participated earlier to know who is on the in the meeting, and therefore allow me to do what is normally done, to observe all protocols. It is not out of undermining anybody. It is out of only joining now and not knowing who's on the platform exactly. But I do respect all leaders that are in the meeting. And therefore, greetings to one and all who are attending this first ever Agrément SA Stakeholder Engagement Forum. I'm more honored to be part of this prestigious event where government and public sector are coming together in a joint effort to address the critical issue of innovation and the awareness in the infrastructure development. Through this engagement, Agrément aims to create awareness of available Agrément SA certified products and systems to gain valuable insights into avenues for infrastructure delivery by drawing on knowledge of key industry players. And we are also gathered here today. I'm not sure, there's something going on now on my screen. I'm not sure whether I'm still connected. Hello?
We can still see you.
You can still see me good. We are gathered here also to recognize and celebrate companies and individuals that are pioneering in developing materials and systems that will unlock challenges in the environment. I'm honored to be speaking to you today on behalf of the Ministry of Public Works and Infrastructure. It's always sagacious to quote the guiding principles
Apologies for that. The DM got disconnected. So I will go ahead. There's also another apology coming from our CEO. He just got an emergency, so he had to leave. I will just give the background of the MOUs. I'm also a bit disappointed. I can see the disappointment in the face of NHBRC's CEO. Okay, the journey towards formalizing partnerships with other stakeholders in the public and private sector started a while back. However, it is only in this current financial year that the organization introduced the signing of the MOUs as part of the APP target for this current financial year. And the objectives of these agreements with specifiers is just to formalize the partnerships that will govern these collaborations with other stakeholders. They also serve as a means to promote the use of certified innovative technologies through joint marketing initiatives. So it's not a first thing. We didn't wait to formalize the relationship with the NHBRC that we partnered in marketing initiatives. We did an SMME workshops at the Eric Molobi, as they've mentioned Eric Molobi initially. That is the Innovative Research Center. It's also for sharing information between ASA and its stakeholders on certified innovative technologies. I think this will also address what the portfolio committee chair was mentioning in terms of promoting the use of innovative technologies. Also, as assuring its director of certificates with other stakeholders of certified innovative technologies. ASA, through these partnerships, will also train and workshop other stakeholders in its certification processes, as well as its conditions of certificate. To also undertake joint research with other stakeholders, we also have a Department of Research and Development, and other stakeholders also do have the R&D sections. The participation of stakeholders in the revision and the development of ASA performance criteria, I think I've indicated initially that we usually put out a call for experts to assist in development of criteria, also to participate in our technical committees in approval of these certificates that you saw that were being handed over. This partnership will also ensure that we also get an invitation to participate as part of the bid specification committee to inform the spec as far as innovative technologies are concerned. Lastly, we also have an industry advisory committee. This is where we share the activities that are happening in the built environment. So we also utilize this platform as a knowledge sharing sessions. ASA has also engaged with other stakeholders except NHPRC. Besides NHPRC, your housing development agencies, they also facilitate the approval or the designs of housing under Department of Human Settlements. We've also been in engagements with the Department of Human Settlements, KZN, as well as Free State. We also have engaged with the CID, the Department of Education, as well as Water Affairs. We also have pending MOUs that are under review and consideration by 3 other government departments as well as entities who were to sign another MOU with Infrastructure South Africa today. Unfortunately, they had another commitment. As well as KZN, as well as Free State Department of Human Settlements. We also have pending MOUs with them that are under review by their legal departments. We do hope through this engagement that we have provided our stakeholders with the insight to our mandate and our objectives as an organization, and that you have identified synergies and areas of collaboration as far as innovative technologies are concerned for us to work together. I would like to apologize again for NHPRC. I know we were ready. We'll arrange another meeting to actually sign the MOU. We'll come through to your offices to apologize formally for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for understanding. It is really appreciated. I've just been noted that there is one certificate that we just missed. I'm waiting for the name and the delegates. They flew all the way from Cape Town, so please allow us to rectify that. Just one more certificate that needs to be handed out. I will ask, is Mr. Fredericks, if you can come to the stage and just hand over this one certificate as I wait for the name of the delegate. Thank you. All right, we have the certificate. I'm going to hand over so that we can do what is right. Imagine us trying to get hold of you at OR Tambo. Let's do right. Let's do right.
our sincere apologies to ASLA. We really, really apologize. Can a representative from ASLA please come up the stage to receive their certificate? Yeah. Oh, there's a table there.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
No, no.
Thank you so much. Once again, thank you for understanding. And do not be dismayed, the MOU also will be signed. Thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our program. And I hope that it was informative. I hope that you enjoyed it. And a huge congratulations to those that received their certificates today. I would like to introduce the CFO to come and do a vote of thanks and to thank all the delegates that have come and made themselves available today. Just a little bit about CFO. Lebogang Madumo. Lebogang is a CFO. She is a chartered accountant, having completed her BCom at University of Pretoria. She previously held a position at Auditor in General South Africa, and today is the CFO of Agrément, responsible for the management of portfolio of audits to ensure that the audit process, planning, execution, reporting is managed in an effective and efficient manner with the allocated resources and completed on time according to the relevant audit standards and legislations. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give our CFO a big round of applause as she comes forward. You look amazing. And CFO, this will be the last time I am on stage. So thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. I hope all the delegates, they drive home safe. Thank you.
Okay. I'm being hijacked here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, like Mhloti said, our CEO had to rush off to attend to an emergency, but we as Agrément recognize the importance of this MOU and would like to, please, if the NHBRC could have us still proceed with the signing of this MOU, because it's not just a matter of signing, it just solidifies the relationship that we as Agrément find very important. So I would like to please request if the CEO of the NHBRC could come up and we can sign the MOU as we had planned. ladies and gentlemen, I think we're off to a good start with the NHBRC. They come bearing gifts even. But we are also as generous. So to the NHBRC, we also have something for you. Ladies and gentlemen, the NHBRC team has actually come as a full team to be with us here today, so we would not want to miss this opportunity to also thank them for being in attendance today and gracing us with their presence. So, gentlemen, if you could please come up to stage and receive your thank you gifts. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That takes care of that, but my task here was to actually close and say thank you, but before I do that, I think all the speakers today deserve a round of applause. So if we could please put our hands together for all the speakers. On behalf of Agrément South Africa, I'm honored to be standing here to express my vote of thanks. A special thanks to our DM, who unfortunately due to technology we could not get her speech, but I know she's always supportive of our initiatives, so we'd like to thank her in absentia for taking time out of her busy schedule to try to be with us here today. I'd also like to thank our portfolio committee members who are present with us here today. We had a brief session before this big session and some food for thought that came from the session, and we are ready to implement. We are ready to take Agrément forward with you supporting and guiding us. So to the portfolio committee members and the DM, we'd like to say thank you. Once again, I'd like to thank our fellow stakeholders in the built environment, being the NHBRC, who have today formalized their collaborations with Agrément South Africa. But our efforts to enter into formalize agreements still going to carry on. As the previous speaker has mentioned, that we are busy collaborating or in discussions with other stakeholders in this environment to formalize our agreements, because as people in this industry, we recognize the importance of having certified innovative technologies in our country. So to those stakeholders that are in attendance today, that we are still working with to formalize those agreements, I'd like to say thank you for taking the time and being part of this inaugural stakeholder forum for Agrément South Africa. I would also like to thank the Ms. Keketso Dimane from the bank that shared some of her knowledge and some of the challenges that are faced, that shed light to some of the challenges that are faced and how entrepreneurs that are sitting here can overcome those challenges. So to the Absa Bank and Ms. Keketso Dimane, we'd like to say thank you, and we appreciate you taking the time to be with us here today. To our expert, Mr. Koba Stradom, I hope he is still with us here today. We'd like to say thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience and guiding not just us, our team, but the certificate holders here and the potential certificate holders on how the process is undertaken and how to better understand what it takes to get your product certified. And to that, we'd like to say thank you. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Jennifer Mirembe. Thank you for providing us with an understanding and insights on how our certified innovative products and systems are utilized within the housing human settlement sector, and how together we can work to improve the quality of household life in South Africa. So we'd like to say thank you very much for that. I think most importantly, a heartfelt thank you to our certificate holders that are here today, those that have showcased their products and systems and have received certificates today as well. Thank you for recognizing the importance of having your products and systems certified by Agrément South Africa. You are contributing to ensuring that South Africa is building with safer products and systems. Thank you again to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, the public entities, and the invited guests for honoring our invitation and being part of this engagement forum. Thank you for the suggestions. Thank you for challenging us to do better. We welcome that, and we are definitely going to take that back to the office to make sure that we implement going forward so that we can see a better Agrément that can service us all. I'd like to extend my gratitude to our board members that are present today and those that could not make it for not only your time today, but for always making time to challenge us with difficult questions sometimes, but those help us to be better and be able to do better as Agrément South Africa. So thank you. To my colleagues, to the planning team, thank you so much for the hard work. This could not have been a success that it is had you not put in the time, the effort, the sleepless nights, sacrificing your family time sometimes. So thank you very much for putting all this together. I think we can all see the hard work that you've put in, because we are all here and having gained something from this session. So thank you very much. Last but not least, our program director, Ms. Ayanda Nkobo. Thank you for piloting this big ship for us, big plane, actually, and having us land safely. We really did have a fruitful engagement, and thank you for leading us in those engagements. Ladies and gentlemen, this is from Agrément South Africa. We'd like to say thank you, and we hope that you travel safely. Those that are traveling to outside of the province, safe journeys, and thank you once again for making time to be with us and engage with us today. Thank you.
Just one last announcement. Sorry, it seems like I retired from my post very early. Ladies and gentlemen, for those that can stay, there is a cocktail event straight after this at the foyer of the auditorium or just by the auditorium. If you could just stay as we continue to network and get to know each other a little bit better. Take care.
Why